You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on You set my soul on fire. I gotta move on. I gotta move on. I gotta move on. I gotta move on.
Hello everybody! Welcome to round number 9, ladies and gentlemen. A bit of a intro for this round. Still trying to get used to not hearing myself back again. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships. We're back for round number 9. It's actually quite a busy one, to be honest. We've got quite a lot of stuff going on. And I got myself listening. Well, I'm listening back to myself right now. But yeah, we've got music in the background, we've got a load of other stuff. It's all good and golden. We got a busy grid, it's beautiful weather, let that refresh, and it's 18 degrees all of a sudden. But yeah, it's a lovely day, busy round. We got lots of drivers here today and some really high grids, which is absolutely crazy. In fact, the highest grid that I did on my graphic overlay is not actually the highest anymore, which is crazy. So it's great to see a load of people here once again racing for that championship, which by the way is slowly starting to heat up. One person into the thousands in points, only by a few couple of points, but yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round number 9. Right, we've got a lot to get through today, so let's get into a lot of the stuff that you normally will see. Obviously 3 camera angles covering the track today, and that camera was fogged up earlier. I think it's actually, I said fogged by the way, fogged. I can't say that word for some reason today. That was fogged up this morning, so yeah, it's cleared itself, which I'm actually quite happy about. So we can actually run it without any problems. Right then, before we get into anything, let's cut the music. Oh, it's gone. And let's get into, well, the program of events for today. Oh yes, the program of events. I do love making this graphic, it's quite nice. There it is. I thought I actually didn't have it correctly put in then. So round 9 program of events. Let's see what we got for this round come in. So here's the running order. So you've got the Honda Cadets, Rotax Cadet. Yes, unfortunately no Intermax once again. So we are back straight to the Junior Rotax after the Rotax Cadets. And then it's the Senior Rotax 177 Rotax, which is confirmed. They are a separate grid today. And then Formula Blue will be after that. So yes, we have, I think, 9 177s, which is crazy. Here are the race durations for today. And it actually follows a same pattern as last time. So practice today is 10 minutes, so you must complete at least 3 of those laps. A lot of drivers doing more than that. Heats are 8 minutes plus a lap. And then the finals are 12 minutes plus a lap. So lots of racing to go through, especially with these high grids that we have today. Those 12 minutes are going to heat up. As you can see, Formula Blue are here. So the heats will start just after their practice in a few moments' time. We're just about to go on to the Senior Rotax one. Biggest grid is the Junior Rotax, which have just gone out. I believe that might have changed though. These graphics I do on, well, I actually did yesterday. So that has possibly changed since then. Let's just double check. You can check it out on the entry list on the Clay Pigeon Kart Club website. But looking at my phone, it is actually the biggest grid, just by one driver. That is crazy. So yeah, this is the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships, ladies and gentlemen. We are definitely live. We'll be live here for the next 6.5, 7 maybe hours. It'll probably be about 6 odd hours. So yes, that is everything for that bit. But also the other important bit for this weekend is obviously the standings. We better have a look at those. Let's check out this championship standings after round 8. And like I said, we're into the thousands now in one of these, and that is Ethan Cousins in the Honda Cadets. He is leading the championship by a fair margin, 1,012 points to be exact. Luke McGould's got 961. Charlie White stays in third, 923. Nikita Roberts stays at 812. Zach Ormshaw, 977. There we go. Tommy Morris, 731 points. And then Finley Thursfield at the bottom of the grid of, well, this graphic overlay at 638 points. So pretty heating up there for the Honda Cadets. And we have a lot of Hondas today. We've got 14 out there today. So this could mix the grid up by a big margin, especially in this championship. So lots going on. Intermax, nothing has changed here. Rook Thompson still at the top with 774. Obviously not having any Intermax for round 8 and now this round is not going to change next round either, which makes my editing for the championship standings a lot easier. It takes seconds to make this. But yeah, Rook Thompson stays in the lead. Ava Morris, she'll probably stay where she is because she graduated up to juniors, which surprised me in round 8. I actually was caught off guard, which, yeah, was kind of cool. Obviously, Reuben Jenkins at the bottom there, 141. That just shows you how little we've had of Intermax this year. So, Junior Rotax, again, another class that hasn't moved in the standings. So, Jack West stays at the top with 952. Joshua Withcombe, 854. Lucas Howe, 837. Daniel Tribe, 819. With Jarek Metters with 804. Arthur Thacker, 773. And then Billy Edgecombe at the bottom of this top 7 at 692 points. The whole, obviously, we've had loads of juniors here. It's just that we've had so many of them here. Obviously, last round didn't affect the running order, which is kind of a rare sight to see this year. There's always been movement in the Junior Rotax, but it stopped at round 8. So that is some pretty interesting stuff. Now we go on to the Senior Rotax, where there is a couple of changes. Finn Smith still leads away with 879 points, but Leo Purchase moves up to second with 854, only 14 points ahead of Cameron Crockett, who's gone down to third. Evie Pillane stays in fourth with 793. 10 points behind her is Bertie Wellesley, who's sneakily coming up the running order, up to fifth, but only a single point behind him is Jack Maidman in sixth with 782 points, and just 2 points behind him is Jamie Burt hanging out in that top 7. So this is going to make, well, this is going to make this championship for next month absolutely be crucial for point playing positions. So the 177s as Ben Johnson, I've called him Johnson. Oh no, I've done a typo. I am so sorry. Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson does... I've done it twice as well. How have I managed that? I'm so sorry, Ben. Ben Johnson is the one that leads the championship with 883 points. He was the one at the... Well, it was the only one last round, actually, which is crazy. Ben Jonathan. Holy moly. If you want to check out the championship standings, they will be available, of course, on the Clay Pigeon Kart Club website. Ben Jonathan. Oh dear, Alex, what have you done? Oh, disaster. Absolute disaster. Professional streamer? Nah. Professional graphics? Nah. We don't do that. We just call people Ben Jonathan. Oh god, I'm playing that again. See, I told you I'm not a professional streamer. Right, so yes, we're still running through practice at the minute. Busy practice. As you can see on the left side of the screen, we have the digiboard in its new glory. It's in a protective cover, so we don't have the times as we normally do on the left side, well, the right hand side of your screen in a really awkward position, but that's because I've implemented a new thing, which you will see later on today. So that is that. Awesome stuff. I don't know how long this song loops either, so yeah, risky. Right, let's go to the track mic, give you the sounds of these Rotaxes flying on by as we have the remainder, well, halfway through the Senior Rotax practice. So lots of stuff going on in that position. Let's head over to the live timing screen. which will give you all of the times available for you there. That's a sneak preview at the top of the screen of what you're going to be seeing later on. I forgot I used the same overlay here. So this is just a standard live timing screen that I use occasionally. So there are all the times for your 23 on the grid. So lots of driving to be said during this race day. Like 23 drivers, a lot of names on there that are returning, some new ones, which is brilliant. We've got Jasmine Kaplan. It's a name that I recognise from the Clay Pigeon IKR, so she stepped up to Motorsport UK, which is absolutely awesome to see. We've got Emily Davidson out there, one of the other novices. Gino Cook makes a return. He's only done one lap, so I think something happened earlier on in this race. We've obviously got the return of Cameron Crockett, Finn Smith, obviously Bertie Wellesley. He's going to have a bit of a battle to try and keep his, to try and stay in where he is in this fight for the championship. I can't remember if I said Emily Davidson, but she's out there as well. So a lot of novices out here today. We've got 5 novices. And one of them making their debut, well, I know is making their debut in the Club Championships, which is awesome. Now, I have a restricted view of Billy's because I found out this morning that my blind falls down when you when you raise it up or raise it down. So if there's a bang at any point during this live stream, I'm not being raided. It's just a defective blind. So I've got to peek round the corner to see what goes on at Billy's, or I'll just use the cameras. So hello everybody who is watching at home as well. Obviously not forgetting everybody that is at home. Obviously, hopefully you're having a lovely day. The weather is gorgeous out there today. Lovely and warm. I've got a nice breeze underneath the desk, which I just ramped up ever so slightly, so I can feel it a bit better. So yes, that is what we have for now. So I'm going to rest up for a slight minute. We'll leave you with the practice sessions going on in the background. Forgetting that these are 10 minutes, so there's a lot to fill in the 10 minutes. So we'll leave you with the live timing screens. We shall return after a short break when we get ready to start off the racing for today. All songs that you hear in the background of the thing, apart from the intro song, is from Epidemic Sound.
was alright, but it's over now. Time keeps slipping with your skin next to mine, and your lips I can fight, but it's over now. You brought out the best in me. We had everything we needed. You put me aside and turned out the lights for no reason. Was it a make-believe? Something you never needed. What was it all for? I don't know you anymore. We go back, we go back, we go back, we colliding. Losing track, even got honey, I got what you want. Give me all of your love, 'cause it's burning hot. It's what you do to me, babe, I can guarantee. Honey, I got what you need. Under the night sky, I want your eyes all on me. Don't tell me lies now, I always get mine. Don't play with me. Do you want it? Can you feel me? Can you handle it? Right? Do you want it? Can't see clear through the smoke you created. I feel my feet on the ground and they're shaking. How am I supposed to save the situation? While the stuff's getting wasted, even though we feel the same. Would you hug me in the dark? Let the worries go away. Would you do it all again? Do it all again? Would you leave your finger marks on my body while it sways? Would you light my way, find my way home again? My home is you. 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 Here we are, where we thought we'd never be. Is there ever a way to be free? Can we turn back time so long, my dear? How are we supposed to save the situation? Would you hug me in the dark? Let the worries go away. Would you do it all again? Do it all again? Would you leave your finger marks on my body while it sways? Would you light my way, find my way home again? My home is you. 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 We break up and you slam the door. I messed up on the bedroom floor. What the hell do we do this for? I push you out but you come back. That attraction, we can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And oh, keep telling myself that I should move on, but I don't. 'Cause we got that mad love. We got that sad love. We got that fun love. We got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. 'Cause we got that mad love. We got that sad love. We got that fun love. We got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. We got that. 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 Kiss me and the world disappears. Tell me the things that I wanna hear. I just wanna stay right here. You push me out, but I come back. That attraction, we can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And oh, keep telling myself that I should move on, but I don't. 'Cause we got that mad love. We got that sad love. We got that fun love. We got that young love, yeah, that dumb don't you come sit next to me? Let things happen naturally, like it used to be. I don't wanna go and waste another day. Mess it up again, lost in my way. I'll be the one to have the highest price to pay. If I make it home tonight, may I hold you one last time? Let me hold you one last time. What if it's too late for me now? What if you're gone to someone else, so we can never be the same? How can I make up for my sins? Now I'm lonely and it kills me. Can you hear me, babe? I'm lonely. I know you don't wanna talk, but just pick up the phone. We could go for a walk, talk about the things we know. Why don't you come sit next to me? Let things happen naturally, like it used to be. I don't wanna go and waste another day. Mess it up again, lost in my way. I'll be the one to have the highest price to pay. If I make it home tonight, may I hold you one last time? Let me hold you one last time. What if it's too late for me now? What if you're gone to someone else, so we can never be the same? How can I make up for my sins? Now I'm lonely and it kills me. May I hold you one last time? Let me hold you one last time. What if it's too late for me now? What if you're gone to someone else, so we can never be the same? How can I make up for my sins? Now I'm lonely and it kills me. Can you hear me, babe? I'm lonely. You interrupt me and I interrupt you. A shame. When did we start losing and stop giving? I remember I gave it time, all of my time. Now my mind's lost in its thoughts. I want you want only you, but my heart's all tied up in knots. Wanna release it, 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 wanna release it.
it. Wanna release it. Wanna release it. me from the street. I'm in. I need to getting closer to you. I swear you might not see. Oh baby, I've been waiting for you. Now we are one step closer. We're all in this together. Put your hand in mine. Yeah, we are one step closer. Can you feel it, baby? It's the end of the line. It looks like we made it. Let's get it on. We got it going, rolling on. Oh, wow. It looks like we made it.
You love me. You love me. You love me. Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're finally back after a little while. Working out some code on the go. Well, when I say I'm working out on code, it was more like Simon Whitty downstairs. So we might have removed a few things, hopefully. I have a fly in the room, so I've got a little friend. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the disruptions we've had so far. We had fence repairs earlier on, which delayed it by half an hour. Then we had all sorts of other bits as well. Well, just the rest of the practice, whilst we were figuring out the new bits. So maybe we won't have blue bars travelling through on the live timing. If so, we'll see how it goes. Right then, we'll get into our programming then. There has been currently no changes to the running order, as far as I'm aware, to the shortened bits. So last time I knew, everything would be running to time with the delay. So then, let's check out the alpha grid. which doesn't display anything today. Oh dear. Right, so there is the grid for this one. Let's have a look. So for Heat 1, the novices obviously at the back of the grid. So on the front row will be both Ormshaw brothers. Could get competitive between the two. Luke McGaw and Nikita Roberts on the second row. Third row goes to Devon Gills and our WC Wessex champion Ethan Cousins. Daniel Barton and Oliver Ratton behind them. Arthur Waite and Philly Thursfield to round out your top 10 on the grid. So that is what we have there. So we are back for more racing here at Clay Pigeon. And we should hopefully be underway real soon for the racing. Which by the sounds of it, we're underway. And this is what I've been waiting to show you guys. This is the new layout on the top of your screen here, which has the clock and also what race it is. It's on the left side of the screen as well, which may get removed next time round. But it's more of a test at the top there. Also, the graphics have been updated to show that as well. They take less space up at the top. So we shall see how it goes. So the formation lap is underway here. Let's see what we get from 16 Honda Cadets. 16 Hondas. 5 of those novices starting at the back of the grid. And also our other 11 competitors that have been here many times before. So get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the start of this race. They're going up towards the top bend. And coming down the main straight, they're just slowing them up ever so slightly. Nikita Roberts already looking to go on the outside. And we are underway for the start of this race. And we're all heading on into Billy's, all nice and wide. One's gone wide and spun themselves out. That puts them out of contention at the start here. So through the S's, it's the 21, then the 15. That lead the way out the front of the grid. And it was the 74, Finley Ormshaw, making a slight rookie mistake there, and unfortunately flies down to the back of the grid for now. But as you can see, the clock is ticking at the top of the screen with the green lights. And we get ready. So your order will be on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream. Let's see if I got any blue bars. If I don't, I'm going to be super happy. Oh, yes, I don't. Yes! Right, so it's Zach Ormshaw, Luke McGaw, Ethan Cousins, Nikita Roberts, Arthur Waite, Charlie White, Oliver Ratton, Finley Thursfield, then Louis Lovell, one of the novices, and Hattie Rao. That is your top 10 to start this race off. So as you just do a quick fix of that overlay at the top there, let's check out the race in its current form. So going up towards the top bend here, not top bend, around the horseshoe even. It's the WC leading the way. The 21 is next up on that list, being contended with Battle, which I believe is Luke McGall in that little battle there. So let's see how it goes. So through into Billy's we go. It is a pack of 5 going around Billy's and through the S's. That is second downwards, which means it's a 21, 47, 15. Nikita Roberts in the 63 and Charlie White. So coming around, one trying to sneak down the inside of the other. It's real close between the 21 and the 15. He's being pushed wide nearly on the grass, and someone who's taken the opportunity of that battle between the two, I believe that might have been Charlie White, who just snuck straight past the two of them. So down the main straight, let's check this one out, and it is indeed the 12. Took right good old battle with that, took advantage of that, and as such, he's now popped up into, I believe that is 3rd position now, and now Nikita Roberts is going to try and have a go at the 21. So it's the 21 and 15 that had this battle between themselves, and lo and behold, caused themselves to, well, lose out on 2 positions. Yes, I don't. Me, 2023. So a couple of messages coming out onto the Alpha timing. Contact warnings given to Luke McGall and Zach Ormshaw. They'll be popped out onto the digiboard on circuit. That's what the drivers can see. Gives them all the information that they need, including the time remaining. Speaking of that, there's not a lot of time remaining for that second position for Arthur Way in the number 47. He is currently being targeted by the 12 of Charlie White, who has had a really great couple of last rounds. He's really amped up his performance recently, and it is showing today as we are going around towards the top end of the circuit. And down the main straight he now comes. Still, by the way, Ethan Cousins leading the way by a healthy margin. That is 2.4 seconds, and that is the gap that we currently have between these drivers. So it's some great stuff here. Early doors, 16 drivers, all of them still remaining on the circuit, and Charlie White is the one that now takes that second position, as we talked about those little bits. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, Nikita Roberts is trying to get ahead of the 21. The 22 has come into play as well. Oliver Ratton, who's come to join the party between those two. So we'll see if Nikita has to defend more than attack. We'll see how this goes as they come down the main straight here. Nikita still ahead of the 22, and nearly had a look at the 21 ahead, but she is maintaining that position at the moment in 6th position as she goes through the S's and down the back straight. And keeping an eye, that 22 is right on the rear of Roberts. Going around the hairpin, Roberts goes wide, but is still able to stay ahead with that big tuck in from the 22. Ratton just staying behind for now. So Cousins still leads away that WC. Wessex champion shining away in the lead, followed by Charlie White, then Arthur Way, and then Luke McGall, who managed to get away from the 21 after their little real close battle between the two. So Nikita Roberts still defending off the 22 as we're going down the back straight. That 22, Oliver Ratton tucks himself real into the hairpin, and in fact he did the same at the exit of the horseshoe, nearly threw him a wobble, but from the top bend it still maintains the same 3, 21, 63, 22, but Nikita Roberts is trying her best to go for that inside line and just waiting for the opportunity, whilst also making sure she stays ahead of that 22. Meanwhile, Charlie White slowly pulling away from Arthur Way. So Way having a little bit of a needs a bit of a catch up before getting closer back to White. as we chug on through the rest of this race. Nikita Roberts still defending off Ratton behind her. So let's see how that pans out. Coming down the main straight, that chugger 3 carts, and well, Zach Ormshaw is defending really well out there to Nikita Roberts, just knocking off all of the open opportunities that could be created and just defending, but it is losing time. Nikita Roberts looking on the right, looking to the left, stays behind. Fastest lap at the moment is actually Charlie White, targeting down the WC, which will hopefully we'll be able to charge down to Ethan Cousins, who is currently still maintaining that 2-second gap. It's 2.8, so we're nearing 3 seconds. We are on the last lap of this race as well, as indicated on the top and left-hand side of the YouTube live stream, as we trial the new top header that we have here. And it also shows you your race number as well. But here we go then, coming around the horseshoe is our leader, the WC. And all the way up towards the top end, where we also have our bottom 3 novices. Well, not novices, I don't think it's all novices back there. But we've got Daniel Barton, Alexander Mansfield, and Arthur. But it's the checkered flag, and that means winning the Heat 1 for the Honda Cadets and Race 1 for round number 9. That goes to Ethan Cousins, winning by 2.84 seconds. Charlie White takes second place. In the number 12. Arthur Wade takes third. Luke McGould fourth. Nikita Roberts doesn't stay in sixth. She stays in fifth. She managed to get Zach Ormshaw at the end of that race. Zach Ormshaw's in sixth. Oliver Ratton seventh. Finley Thursfield eighth. Top novice is Louis Lovell, ends up in ninth, and then Joseph Davies, our other novice, in the top 10 and rounds out the top 10 as well. More drivers coming over the line here, but that is your Honda Cadet provisional results for the start of the day. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back over to the grid and let's get ready for our next one, and that is the Rotax Cadet grid. We actually have 8 drivers out there today, 1 novice, Charlie Page. So let's see how it is. Edison Burrows and Tommy Morris on the front row. The younger brother of Ava Morris on the front row. Will he be able to repeat what Ava Morris used to do? We shall find out. Piers Taylor and Alfie Garrett on the second row. Stanley Stafford and Ethan Copeland in the third row. And then Archie Rogers-Tyler and Charlie Page on the fourth and final row. Only 8 drivers, but still we could see something from these 8. Meanwhile, they are having a party. Oh, what a night. They always have some unique music over there. Sometimes gets picked up. Oh, what a night. That's all I can hear. Right then, let's get ready for the formation lap. As we have only 6 drivers, out on circuit. So I think we've got a slightly few less than I mentioned. I still edit bits on the fly. If you're a regular here, there is always something to change. Anyway, so 6 drivers then. Which doesn't change what we have. Tommy Morris is still on that front row, so we don't have any novices in this race. It is all pure racing. Elijah West says, come on, Archie and Pierce. Also getting, from the timekeepers. So we go for a false start to begin with, as it's a bit scattered out there. As we go back round for the next formation lap here. we go again. So the false start overlay, I got rid of the flag because it's hard to get the flags in there. So false starting this is just yellow and green. It's normally like a slash. I've still got a pet fly in here as well. Right then, we shall try again from the top bend. Watching as we go. So coming down the main straight then. And this time we are going for it. And that is the start of your race. 6 drivers, some weaving left to right at the beginning. One sneaking past 1, past 2, and sneaks up into 3rd. I think that's Archie Rogers Tyler. And that is the 88 up into 3rd from the back of the grid. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe is the next destination here. The 46 leads away, which is Stanley Stafford. Top bend and down the main straight, so we'll show the order for you all here without the arrows. So Stanley Stafford, Alfie Garrett, then Archie Rogers Tyler, then Piers Taylor, Ethan Coupland, and then Tommy Morris. As the 88 goes down the inside just before the S's change in that one. Archie Rogers Tyler making moves early doors. Alfie Garrett trying to go straight back on the attack. As we are around the horseshoe. So we got Devon Taylor saying, go on, go Pierce, come on Pierce. So down the main straight, and we go for another lap here. Obviously 8 minutes are these ones. Pierce Taylor going over the line in 5th position currently. So it's Stanley Stafford, Rogers Tyler, then it's Garrett, Coupland, Taylor, then Morris. Bit of a gap to Stanley Stafford and Rogers Tyler out there. 46 and the 88. We'll let you know that gap real soon. Future overlay updates to come on round 10. So Stanley Stafford, Archie Rogers Tyler, Alfie Garrett, that's your top 3. The gap between 1st and 2nd is 1.6. As we go for 5.5 minutes left on the clock. As it looks like the 43 of Ethan Coupland has a bit of a race of his own at the moment. Big gap in front and behind. We'll see if he catches up to the top 3. But at the moment, still 0 changes between our 6 drivers here as we go on through. Looks like Tommy Morris is starting to slowly catch with Piers Taylor. It sort of fluctuates throughout the lap. So through the S's down the back straight we go for those 2. And then back to our leaders here for the rest. So top bend and down the main straight once again. And the 46 still leading the way in this little battle. Or potential future battle. We'll see how quick Rogers Tyler gets up to Stafford. And we'll see how close Morris gets to Taylor, the 79. Maybe at the back of the grid, but is creeping ever so slowly. Lap on lap, we're just watching that gap close. But still, it's unchanged from this grid. So the 43 of Ethan Coupland starting to catch up with Alfie Garrett. That's very slowly, but is gaining. Last time round it was half a second, 0.52 on the delta. So we shall see how that will change on the next lap. Tommy Morris's delta changes and fluctuates every lap, so we'll see how that turns out. And Stafford still has the fastest lap out there, currently lapping, currently 5/10 quicker than Rogers Tyler. 40.19 compared to a 40.63. So we shall wait and see what happens between those two. Meanwhile, we have a very close situation between two other drivers. Finally, the 42 and 43, so that's Alfie Garrett and Ethan Coupland. It's finally coming to play for those two, and it is the closest out of the 6 drivers out there. So down the main straight, they are side by side. Which one is it going to be? Is it be the 42 or the 3? The 43 on the inside, but backs out before the bottom. Before the bottom of the circuit, and around Billy's, he stays behind. Around the S's down, stays behind. So at the moment, that opportunity stays lower. But it is back on the attack once more for another lap. The 42 still ahead of the 43. Garrett and Coupland. 43 going for it this time around from the top bend, and is ahead for the top bend down the main straight. And there we go. That is the switch between those two, and that is the 43 ahead of the 42. Shows up on your live timing screens for you there. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe go those two. 1 minute 24 left on the clock. As you can see, I can slowly add the best lap times in, but not very clearly. So, what I shall do... So the little bit of pink shows you who has the fastest lap out there. Quick live editing again. Always a work in progress, these live streams. Right, we're on the last lap, as that is our fastest man out on circuit going over the line, and also our leader as well. 40.14 is that fastest lap. So he is currently going around the horseshoe. It's been a bit of a quiet one this race. The early excitement we had was the 43 and 42 of Ethan Coupland and Alfie Garrett having their mid to last end battle, but it is going to be this driver here, the 46, who takes the checker flag for the end of this race, and as such wins the first heat for the Rotax Cadets. So quickly editing again. Right, let's go to our biggest grid, only by a single driver. It's the Junior Rotax for their first heat here today. And we have a battle on our hands. Ava Morris on her second ever Junior Rotax race starts on the front row alongside Maxim Smith. So a very good luck to her and all the other drivers, of course. Archie Buttle and Mason Perrin on the second row. Vlad Tominchuk and Billy Edge coming on the third row. Will Swales and Mitchell. I didn't catch the surname there for a second. Mitchell Mulvery. What a surname. Right then, so the formation lap then is underway with all... Well, most of the drivers. I think we might be going back round again unless these guys can catch up. Like I said, there is 24 drivers. It's one of the biggest grids for a little while that we've had here for the Kart Club Championship. So be prepared for a lot of action here on the circuit. Jack Philpott saying good luck to DM Racing and Charlie Cox. So let's see how this one plays out over time. Charlie Cox over the line on 20th, so it's quite low on the grid. But let's see how we go. 24 drivers, one commentator, lots of action. Let's see how it goes. And are we going to be underway first time in this race? So, coming down the main straight then, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready for this race. Look at them all piled up at the top there, ready to go. Down the main straight we come. And straight away, we're going first time here in this race. All chugging down into Billy's. We're all staying on circuit. No spins, which is a surprise. As we go into the S's. God, I'd love a close-up of that S's shot. Absolutely brilliant. So down it going on the wider spots. It's the 22, though, that is leading the way. And that is Archie Buttle. That is leading this race early doors on the opening lap of their first heat. 24 drivers, like I said, on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream. Let's get underway. So it's Archie Buttle, Vlad Tominchuk, Mason Perrin, then Ava Morris, Will Swills, Jack West, Maxim Smith, Billy Edgecombe, Ellis Snow, and Mitchell Mulvery, who are your top 10. But that was only when they were over the line, because look at them swarm through the S's. And down at the back straight we go. The 26 at the back of the grid. That's Barnaby Grubb. So that midfield is absolutely squashed together. There's no room for error for any of the drivers. If you do, that might be the end of your little run in that section. But we're going well. So I'm on the inside of the exit of the top bend. And coming down the main straight, we'll keep an eye on the 31 here, who's at threat by quite a few drivers here. Maxim Smith, Ellis Snow, Lucas Howell in that little squad. As one's the 12 trying to go on the outside of the 31. Crikey, it is action-packed in there. And it looks like the 22 of Archie Buttle is having a large margin to the 36 of Tominchuk, which means he is pulling away ever so slightly whilst Perrin is on the charge too as well. So a little bit of defence possibly from the 36 here. But sneaking on through. Around we go through Billy's. Is anybody going to be able to catch up with Buttle at the front? At the moment, it's the 30 that is there. Mason Perrin, who's got ahead of Tominchuk, and some more drivers going down the inside. That was like a drift into the hairpin then. Getting ahead, I think that was ahead of Ava Morris, the 92. Jack West, a very experienced junior out there on the circuit. Getting ahead of Ava Morris, who for her first race on... Well, second appearance in the Junior Rotax and her first race of the day. Staying strong as she has a battle in front of her. And Jack, oh no. Jack West on the rear of the driver in front. And unfortunately, they are stationary on the exit of Billy's. That's ruined both of their races there. Jack West a little too eager to make a move. And it looks like that move was not there. So carrying on through this race then, and it's number 15 just going over the line there. In fourth, Ava Morris promoted to the top 3, but she's already immediately at threat here. We have a car on a really dangerous spot of the track here, going on the exit of Billy's. All drivers sticking to the right-hand side of the circuit here, whilst track maintenance gets on it. So back to the front then, and it's the 22 that still leads the way here in this race. Top bend and down the main straight we come, and it looks like Mason Perrin is starting to catch up to Buttle. That delta is very minutely closing up, but nevertheless it's closing. Fastest out there, you'll see it with a little purple blob on the end of their name. That is Joshua Withcomb, the 34.54. So that's your little indication, just to show you who the best lap is on the race. We are trying to fiddle with some new bits ready for next year, which is going to be absolutely awesome. So down the main straight we come. So Archie Buttle, Mason Perrin, Will Swales, Ava Morris, Billy Edgecombe, Joshua Withcombe, Jarek Metters, Mitchell Mulvery, Lucas Howell, Ellis Snow. That was your top 10 as they went over the line. These positions all at threat and coming down and around the hairpin. And Ava Morris trying to stay within this top area. She is currently in P6 as she's had Will Swales. Billy Edgecombe, I think, is also overtaken. That order will update on the live stream real shortly, as she is in 6th position. Jarek Metters, 34.32. He is catching up to Ava Morris, going down the back straight into the hairpin and through towards the horseshoe. Will Swales is the one ahead of this one. So top bend down the main straight. And that 30 is definitely catching, slowly, but definitely surely, as we still carry on through. So Ava Morris defending at the moment Jarek Metters as we go through the S's down the back straight. Ava Morris for a second ever appearance in the junior Rotax. Thrown it into the deep end and already trying to keep those top positions for the most points in her early 3 races for the juniors. So nearing 2 minutes left of this race. Still so much action going on as Noah Pikes loses 2 positions that lap to Snow and Taylor. And Archie Buttle is the one still maintaining the lead. Down the inside and a little tap from the WC. Went in a little bit too fast. A little tap, but does give the position back. And will go again, I am sure, for that. As Joshua Withcombe trying to go on the charge to Billy Edgecombe. This time he tries at the entrance of Billy's. A little bit squirmy going into Billy's, but around he goes and sneaks ahead of the 23. Not the cleanest of moves, but he is ahead. And no dramas. Ava Morris with a good view of that too. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. WC pulling away from the 23. So Billy Edgecombe with a little bit of a performance difference between the two. As Will Swales is starting to catch up with Mason Perrin. And is already on the rear of Mason Perrin as we go into Billy's. Where's this pace coming from Will Swales? Last minute push, 50 seconds. Plenty of race time, and down the back straight. Look at that performance. Around, and Will Swales is in P2 as the 30 tries to maintain it. The WC sneaking up as well in this little battle. But 30 seconds remain, and Buttle and Swales are your top 2. I believe they're both in the same team as well. So around Billy's, Jarek Metters looking on Ava Morris again through the S's down the back straight. Ava Morris holding her own as Swales is semi-defending off the 30 whilst he's being attacked by the WC of Withcombe. Let's see how that plays out. Nevertheless, top end down the main straight, and Archie Bottle's early lead now leads on to the last lap. So he's had it from the start of this race. Who else is going to join them? The WC down the inside of Billy's on the 30. So the Joshua Withcombe promotes himself to the top 3. Is he going to be able to sneak ahead of Will Swales in these late stages? There is a bit of a gap, so it will be a hard push. Ava Morris still holding out in that top 6, defending off Jarek Metters, but it's eyes on the 22. Archie Bustle pulled away from the start of this race. I believe started on the 2nd row. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, taking the checker flag. It's going to be Archie Bustle. Will Swales takes 2nd position, so I believe they're both in the same team, I believe. So that'll be good team spirits between the two of them. Joshua Withcomb is in 3rd. Mason Perrin 4th. Billy Edgecombe takes 5th position. Ava Morris hangs out in that top 6. Great defend and drive from her. Jarek Metters takes 7th, so nearly claimed it. The gap only just about 2/10, so it's not too much of a gap. Lucas Howell, not mentioned him at all this race, sneaks into P8. Ella Snow 9th and Jasmine Taylor 10th. Top novice is Arena Sarkis. Which I believe this is actually his first ever novice race. I recognise the name when he had his was doing his ARCS test. So that is the Junior Rotax heat underway. We lost 2 drivers, Vlad Tom and Chuck and Jack West. They are the 2 we unfortunately lost in Heat 1, but that's only Heat 1, mind. We still got Heat 2 and a lot of other races in between as well. Talking of other races, let's check out the Senior Rotax grid. Once again, this one has 22 drivers, so 2 less than the juniors. So Jack Maben and Arthur Thacker on the front row, Jake and Martin. Sorry, Jake and Martin on the 2nd row with Bertie Wellesley. Oh, Bertie. Rufus Flan, Jamie Burt on the 3rd row, Evie Pillane and Cameron Crockett on the 4th. James Becker and Dan Milner rounds out your top 10 on row number 5. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, how this will play out. Bertie Wellesley. Earlier on, I may have photobombed. Hello? I may have photobombed or video bombed his video he was doing. I don't know if it was for Instagram or for Instagram. I think it was for his Instagram, in all honesty. I thought I'd photobomb it. Because why not? Right, so let's see. We're still waiting for them to pop onto track. Whilst we wait, we have a green circuit here. So let's see how this plays. I think we've got a slight delay here. So we'll just quickly put on its phone. Yeah, just waiting for the racing to continue. As I say that, they're coming! There we go, ladies and gentlemen, for the Senior Rotax for their first heat of today. 22 drivers out on circuit. 4 of them, I can count, are novices, including Jasmine Kaplan for her debut here. Let's see how she performs throughout today. Emily Davidson, a name I haven't seen for, I don't think I've ever seen before. Aidan Pomeroy is a name I've seen though, and Zach Rowledge, I think, is another one from a previous race or round. Same thing. Let's see how we go for these drivers. As I move my biggest and only fan. His name's Honeywell. Right then, so from the top end, let's go for the start of this race here. So coming down the main straight, it's been full started. Just heard someone shout, "No!" So we go back for the formation lap. And looks like the 14 and 48 are both in the same team as well. So that could be some high morale when they head on back if they have a successful race. But there's 8 minutes in the way and another 22 other drivers. Sorry, another 20 drivers to do that. I'm terrible at maths today. Right. Down the main straight then, they're getting slowed up just before the cones. That's the acceleration line, and it is full started once again. So these seniors are very eager to get going here. And it's the 17 and 14, I believe, are the two on the front row. Yep. Just a yep. Studio mode on OBS. Right, third time lucky, anyone? Man, it's warm today. Jesus. So here we go then. So the yellow cones you see on circuits, they are the official line, but we're underway, third time a charm. As we go into Billy's, there's a little bit of something. I think someone's lost an exhaust as well, unfortunately. You can hear it out there. Wow, that's loud. So we are missing an exhaust, a little bit of damage at the start of this race, but it's the 17 of Jack Maidment that is ahead at the start of this, and it's unfortunately the 62 that has lost his exhaust. But down the main straight we come. Here is the order on the left hand side of the YouTube live stream for you all. So it's Jack Maidment, Jacob Martin, Rufus Flan, Arthur Thacker, Evie Pillane, Cameron Crockett, Jamie Burt, Tom Rotherham, Bertie Wellesley in 9th, Zach Fletcher in 10th. I think Bertie must have been swarmed at the start there. But he will be, and I know he will be, on the charge back for this race. So around we go, around the horseshoe. And towards the top bend for our lead pack. Leading the way is Jack Maidment, also our fastest driver. It is only the first opening lap though, so we'll see if this changes. Still a few changes. Rufus Flan and Evie Pillane both go up a position as it's tight going into the S's between two drivers. And that's a 51 and 88, Cameron Crockett and Jamie Burt. So we go into the hairpin. Around towards the horseshoe, it looks like someone's stuck on the outside. That's the 42 as the 19 of Finn Smith pops himself up another position. So down the main straight we come. Our top few. Unchanged, obviously, there it is. Yellow flags down at Billy's and one in the tyres, unfortunately. Unable to see what happened there, but we continue on with this race with the 56 looking for the inside of Jacob Martin. Pillane, I believe she won a race last meeting. Will she be able to replicate it? We shall find out. So down the main straight we come. And yellow flags at Billy's, so that's going to put that area out of contention for the moment. Have to go around Billy's, through the S's, down the back straight, 34, 56 and 14. So Arthur Thacker down a few positions from that front row start. Still playing strong though. I can just about still see yellow flags wave down at Billy's. So down the main straight we come. Once again, the gap between Maidment and Flan is 7/10. So a bit of a gap still between the two. As we go through the S's. Down the back straight, meanwhile in the background, the 14 gets of the head of the 34. So Thacker ahead of Martin. Early doors here for them as two are off in the grass. Finn Smith is one of them. And I think the other one is Cameron Crockett, who's sort of gone cross-country to rejoin the circuit. Does give a few positions back and comes back to the back. So that changes that one out. So Cameron Crockett down by 7, 8, 9 positions. Ooh dear. So back to the front of the grid then, and it's attack on 4th position here, which is the 51 and 14. So Thacker and Burt are well, Arthur Thacker's just going for everyone so far. As you can see, still yellow flags whilst they sort bits down at Billy's. 4 minutes just clicked over, so we are still looking good for this race at the moment. Seeing Bertie Wellesley getting closer to Jacob Martin out there on circuit around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. As we all know, in the senior Rotax there is not a lot of points from 5th, 6th and 7th in the championship. All covered by, I believe it's 4 points altogether. So let's see how this plans out. Speaking of plans, Flans is going well as he is catching up with Jack Maidment. Yes, I snuck a rhyme in there. Through the S's down the back straight. Bertie Wellesley catching up to Jacob Martin around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Martin sort of defending out there. As we now go towards the top bend and our leader's still there. It's a 17.25. 6/10 the gap. Evie Pillane still in 3rd position. Jamie Burt the fastest out there, indicated by the purple blob on your timing on the left-hand side. And a few changes going into the S's. It's the 42. It does a double overtake. It gets ahead of Wellesley and Martin. Tom Rotherham gets himself up into 6th. Just saw that one out the corner of my eye, as they're already catching up. And it's still any other changes? Let's have a look. So Bertie Wellesley, Ryan Shepherd, Tom Rotherham, Finn Smith, Jacob Martin. I think it might have changed all again. Bertie Wellesley going to contact Walling. Bertie! It is heating up there. Bertie Wellesley is currently in P6. Dropped back a bit from Arthur Thacker, so something happened with that double overtaken on, but we're still carrying on in this race. 1 minute 34 remains on the clock. Zach Rowledge in 12th position is our highest novice in this race so far. Speaking of other people, we've lost 3 so far. Dan Milner, George Spilsbury and Jamie Bradfield. Fortunately, Dan Milner was the first one we lost, who also coincidentally lost his exhaust. Speaking of people who are retiring, and looks like someone's going slow but managed to keep going. And that is the 21. That is Ryan Shepherd. He was in P7. His car letting him down there, unfortunately. So he flies down the list whilst others climb the ladder. 21 Ryan Shepherd going down to P15. Fastest is still Jamie Burt. And the gap between Jack Maidment and Rufus Flan is closing. 4/10. So through the start finish we go. Jamie Burt, then Evie Pillane, then Arthur Thacker, who is slowly closing. 24 seconds. So the next time Jack Maidman comes across the line, I believe it will tick over. What was that? That was a weird noise. 77 Jasmine Kaplan going over the line there. So it is last lap territory, and Rufus Flan has this lap and only this lap to claim P1 for the first heat today for the seniors. Through the S's down the back straight. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, the 14 gets ahead of the 56, so Thacker ahead of Pillane. But is it going to be the same story for Flan ahead of Maidman? Because Jack Maidman still leads the way in this race. He's had it from the early doors. Through to the right-hander we go. Towards the top bend we go. And this could be rather close. So coming down the main straight, unfortunately, Flan ain't going to do it. And it is checker flag going to Jack Maidman by 2/10. Rufus Flan takes second. Jamie Burt third. Arthur Thacker round out fourth. It's a lot of carts going by. Evie Pillane takes fifth. Bertie Wellesley takes sixth. So a good recovery from him there. Finn Smith in 7th, Tom Rotherham 8th, Jacob Martin 9th, and then Zach Fletcher 10th. Zach Rowledge, top novice, ends out in 11th position. And like I said, we lost 3 drivers: Jamie Bradfield, George Spilsbury, and Dan Milner. So that is the checkered flag, and that is the end of that race. A very competitive one. Fastest goes to Jamie Burt. I realised I had 2 music playing at the same time. Whoops. I had that muted. That's why that music's not playing. Right, let's continue on then and restart that music. Let's go to the grid for the next race then, and that is the 177 and 177 Masters. A big turnout, late entries. I believe most of them came in yesterday. So James Frost, Jason Bear on the front row, Ben Johnson, Patrick Williams-Rahag on the second row. Patrick taking a month off. Harrison Crook and Andy Ward on the third row. Ben Hitch and Ian Brownfield on the fourth, and then Robert Simpson gets the fifth and final row all to himself. Lovely. Don't forget, you can see all the provisional results online, and when they become final as well, results.alphatiming.co.uk/CPKC. And you can also see who is entered on the Clay Pigeon Kart Club website. So many overlays I still need to make. So let's see what we get from the 177 and 177 Masters as they come out onto track. We go for the formation lap here for these drivers. 8 minutes, 9 drivers. Let's see how this plays out here for race number 1 for the 177 and 177 Masters. Patrick Williams-Rahag started the seniors this year and is finishing with the 177s. Smaller grid. And he has done well running on the Maxxis Sports tyres. So let's see how he turns this race. Obviously, Ben Johnson is the leader of this. I can't believe I did that for the graphic overlay. Obviously, Ben Johnson won lead in the championship. But Harrison Crook is here, so could claim back that P1 in the championship. So let's see as we go from the start from the push line, and we go for the race here. Starting out in front, who is going to be leading the way? It looks like Patrick's staying in second position, and it's the 50 of Jason Bear that leads the way. Patrick already at threat from a driver behind, defending into the hairpin. As we go through into the horseshoe, the 61, Ben Johnson. Bit squirmish there. I don't know if there was a bit of contact between him and Harrison Crook. But nevertheless, down the main straight. Patrick Williams-Rahag's got his mojo back. It's Jason Bear, Patrick Williams-Rahag, and James Frost. That is your top three. As Patrick goes down the inside in the S's, down the back straight, and now takes the lead of this race. I think Patrick needed that month off because he's leading a race. So into the horseshoe. Around the horseshoe we go. And through to the right-hander towards the top bend. And around we come. Down the main straight we come. So it's Williams-Rahag followed by Frost, Bear, Johnson, Crook, Branfield, Hitch, Simpson, then Ward. Patrick has the fastest lap. What is going on? As his nickname was at the start of the season, and he told me to say it, Paddy Power. He's at the front. So the 81 of James Frost, 3/10 behind. We'll see if this gap is closing in this race. I'm pressing all buttons. I'm getting excited. Good friend of mine. So Patrick Williams-Rahag leads the way. The 81. 2/10 behind. Jason Bear in third as Harrison Crook. What was that? He was pretty much full lock on the curb. Jason Bear still in third as the gap is closing really quickly here for Williams-Rahag, but he still leads the way in this race through the right-hander towards the top bend we go. And then down the main straight we come here. So it's still unchanged, the top three. James Frost has the fastest lap. Closing that gap as well between himself and Patrick Williams-Rahag. Not too much difference here. It's like 0.02 of the gap in difference per lap between the two of them. As I think that's Harrison Crook under threat here, going into the horseshoe from the 46 of Ian Branfield. Ian Branfield back again this month. Obviously, Ben Johnson was the only 177 last round, and as such, hence, well, that's why he took the championship lead. But these are going to be big points, playing positions here in these sections here. So through the S's, down the back straight, Harrison Crook in third position, and possibly one of the biggest threats in the 177 this year, and most years to be fair. But it's the battle at the front. It's the 95 and the 81. Patrick Williams-Rahag and James Frost. That is your two that are battling for P1, but it's the LPR racing driver that leads the way to the 81 of James Frost. Harrison Crook has the fastest lap here and is charging fast, and we're nearing the halfway mark in this race. This could be tight for that front lead. So around the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe, and into the horseshoe we go. The 81 taking a tighter line than the 95. Nevertheless, he still leads the way. From the top bend we go, and down the main straight here. So Harrison Crook 35.46, Ian Branfield 35.35, as the top two are a little bit slower than that position. So the regulars of Harrison Crook and Ian Branfield charging towards our top two. So down the main straight then we come, and Patrick is really at threat here as the 81 goes down the inside, doesn't have it at Billy's. Patrick Williams-Rahag keeps his cool through the S's down the back straight and maintains that lead with a little bit extra gap this time though. But Harrison Crook and Ian Branfield are catching hard. Look at that gap closing so quick between the two drivers there. So top bend, down the main straight. Patrick going a little bit wide there, but down the main straight we come. Harrison Crook is already on the rear of James Frost. Look at the power. Through Billy's, right on the rear. Into the S as we go, and down the back straight. We possibly going to see an overtake here. And down the back straight we go. Harrison Crook down the inside and is ahead just like that. Ian Branfield's also in that list. As he go down the inside, he made that gap open and the 81 is forced to the outside. So now Harrison Crook on the rear of Patrick Williams-Rahag. And, well, let's see how this plays out. So down the main straight, Harrison Crook down the inside. Look at that power difference. Patrick unfortunately losing his lead here. The first time he's ever led a race here. Through the S's, down the back straight. He is maintaining second though, holding off Ian Branfield for the moment. But the hairpin and horseshoe is very powerful for the two, and just like that, Patrick a little bit wide, opens the door, 46, straight on through. So your order update then. Harrison Crook, Ian Branfield, Patrick Williams-Rahag, James Frost. That is still high performance here from Patrick. As we go down the back straight, James Frost, a little bit of a gap to Williams-Rahag. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe, we'll see if the 95 and 81 can keep close to the top two. At the moment, that is a no. 47 seconds remain. Not too much left to go. Ian Branfield is the one that's fastest out there. Sorry, I just realised he didn't have the names on the left-hand side of the screen. But there it is. So Ian Branfield is the one that is leading the way here. Very closely followed by Ian Branfield. $18 seconds left, so Harrison Crook's going to squeeze out another lap in this race as I hiccup mid-commentary. So into Billy's. James Frost really closing that gap now to 95. There's only a few laps left as Harrison Crook retires? That sounds like a clickbait title. Harrison Crook slow coming out of the main back straight, which means Patrick Williams-Rahag up into second. Ian Branfield takes the lead. And, oh no, Harrison Crook is out. He is out of this race, which means, well, Patrick is going to charge more because he knows he's in P2. We're on the last lap of this race. Unfortunately, Harrison Crook unable to finish this race. He only had one lap to go. Through the S's, down the back straight we go for the second position driver of the 95. Ian Branfield's the one leading this race. So around the horseshoe we go, through to the right-hander, and then towards the top bend, where our winner for this race is just about to come through. And that is the 46 of Ian Branfield. Patrick Williams-Rahag takes a surprising second. James Frost third. Ben Hitch fourth. Jason Bear fifth. Ben Johnson sixth. Robert Simpson seventh. And unfortunately, losing Harrison Crook, and I didn't realise we lost Andy Ward as well in this race. But that is the end of that race, and well, Patrick Williams-Rahag is going to be, I think he's already celebrating in his brain. Looks like Ian Branfield as well has stopped to go and help the Harrison Crook here. And that's what I love seeing every time. Harrison Crook being pushed to the pits. I think he's being pushed towards the thing there. That is what you call... Wow, just Ian Branfield's a nice guy, isn't he? Right then, whilst that loveliness happened, let's take a look at the grid for the Senior Blues. Yes, they are back. They're back once again. They're back for next month as well. Here for 3 rounds. The Blues. Robin Stone's been in there as well. So it's Mitchell Carpenter and Rob Mortimer on the front. Anthony Cleal and Paul Alexander, second row, Alex Fortune and Nigel Vickery, third row, David Waldron and David Watts sits the David row in the fourth row. Then rounding out your top 10 is Robin Stones and Harry Smithson. Looks like we've got 14 Formula Blues to take stage here for this round. Oh. So out they come onto the grid here. Formation lap is underway. So 14 Formula Blues to take to the stage. Let's see how these 14 play out for their first race today. I was trying to work out how many times they've been down here this year. I think this is their third appearance this year. You can find that out on the Clay Pigeon Kart Club website. So, to be truthful, the website won't load. So they have been down. Yes, this is their third appearance. Last time we saw them was last month, but the first time we saw them was back at the Wessex Challenge. All those months ago. God, I felt like yesterday, the bloody Wessex Challenge. Right then, let's get ready as they come down the main straight. The Blues normally very good at starting their races here. As we come down the main straight, we are underway to start this race. So, who is going to be leading out of Billy's and at the start of this race? And that is actually going to be the 26 of Mitchell Carpenter. So we've got a spinner down at the hairpin, very closely followed by, I think that's the number 1 though, of Anthony Cleal. Always gets good starts here and always ends up right close to the front of this grid. But as we come down the main straight, we'll be able to confirm that for you. And indeed it is. It's number 1, followed by the 26. Then it's Rob Mortimer in the 42, Paul Alexander, then David Watts, Nigel Vickery in P6, Alex Fortune in 7th, Smithson in 8th, Foster, then Bell in 9th and 10th position. As 2 drivers go rather wide there, the 6 and the 13. Robin still at Stones. He took the S's a bit deep. But it is the 1 that leads away, and that gap was 3/10 when he went over the line the first time round. Let's see if that changes this time round. So down the main straight we come. And it looks like the 26 a little bit slower, so the 9 of Paul Alexander gets ahead, and I think David Watts also got ahead too. And if he didn't, he just did. So through the S's, down the back straight we go, and he did just at the exit of Billy's. Your name's on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream. I don't know why I keep forgetting that recently. So a great start here from Anthony Cleal. But around the horseshoe we go. It's single digits for second and third. And Mitchell Carpenter takes the 4th position in this race so far. Nearing already 6 minutes 10 left on the clock. Fastest goes to David Watts, as you can tell by the purple on your screens next to his name. So Anthony Cleal still leads to David Watts. That's absolute scorcher of a day. And it looks like the 0 of David Watts here, catching real early doors. So from the top bend down the main straight we come, and Watts is catching real quick. He's currently lapping 3/10 quicker than Anthony Cleal. That shows why that gap's closing real quick, as Paul Alexander is 2.5 seconds behind, as the 16 of Harry Smithson starting to creep up the order. So from the top bend down the main straight we come. David Watts now just 3/10 behind, goes fastest with a 35.97. So here we go then, carrying on this race. Anthony Cleal just about still leads it as we go down the back straight, because Watts is right on behind, beside, and now in front. Just like that. But now, same again for Anthony Cleal. We went from the side, but this time he stays behind, and unfortunately, Anthony Cleal concedes down to second position, as a change for the lead has happened with just over 3 minutes left to go in this race. So it's David Watts, Anthony Cleal, then Harry Smithson, 4 seconds behind our front two runners here. That just shows you the pace of Watts and Cleal, as the 66 is going really slow. A bit of smoke coming out the back of his car as well. Hopefully just normal, as we've lost another driver as well. So carrying on anyway. In the pits is Nigel Vickery. So he is unfortunately out of this race. So fastest lap is a 35.97 set by our leader, David Watts, as we plough on through. The 66 still going slow. He's in the 44s, but struggling and powering on through. Will he be able to end the race is the question. With 1 minute 57 remaining, Watts leads from Anthony Cleal. Harry Smithson is behind by 4 seconds behind Anthony Cleal, but 5 seconds behind our leader. Crazy stuff. As the 66 takes his leisurely cruise around this race, which does also mean David Watts and Anthony Cleal go over the line, and we might be seeing our first blue flags of round 9 in 2023. And indeed we are down at the hairpin. I think he knows. Oh, it's Robin Stoddart Stones that's out. No, Robin. Lovely chap, very lovely chap. So 50 seconds remain, and it is at the top bend where our leaders currently are. So coming down the main straight they are. Cleal is still hanging on to the rear of David Watts, but he is pulling away. The gap's increased by about 1/10 each time round. So we shall see how it plays in the later stages of this race, and I mean real later stages. Will he be able to catch up, or is this just going to be our top two? Predictions in the YouTube chat, or otherwise we are going to be looking in only a few mere seconds. 14 remain on the clock, which mean it's this next lap plus 1 that remains very close to the line. Only 4 seconds were left. That's how close it was. Static yellow down the S's and back straight for a moment. As the number 2 is going slow, Michael Bell in this race, but nevertheless still leading the way is the 0 of David Watts. And Anthony Cleal is definitely having that gap increased here as we lose another driver here. One going slow down the main straight. The 13 of David Goody struggling on. I think the 66 is still out there. He's actually powering through what his issue was. And it looks like a struggle for the Blues, for some of the Blues. But we still power on through as we come from the top bend down the main straight. And ladies and gentlemen, going to be taking the checker flag in this race. It's going to be your winner. That is David Watts, winning by 2.9 seconds in the end to Anthony Cleal. Harry Smithson takes third. Paul Alexander fourth, Mitchell Carpenter fifth, Rob Mortimer sixth, Alex Fortune seventh, David Waldron eighth, Steve Groves takes ninth, David Goody takes a struggled 11th, as Joey Foster, who struggled through some of that race, takes 10. David Goody very slow at the end of this race, like he is crawling near enough compared to the others. We lost Michael Bell, Robin Stoddart Stones and Nigel Vickery in that heat. Which the heat's affecting some of these carts maybe? Who knows? Right then, let's go to the grid then, and we'll go back round to the start of our lineup, and that is back to the Honda Cadets for their second heat here, and taking the front row for the start of this one, it's going to be, well, it's going to be Daniel Barton and Devon Gills take the front row, Oliver Ratton and Nikita Roberts on the second row, Nikita with 2 high up starts in the Hondas. Then on the third row, we have Charlie White and Arthur Way. Finley Thursfield and Zach Ormshaw takes the fourth row, and then the final row goes to the other Ormshaw. That's Finley Ormshaw, and then Luke McGall. As Robin Stoddart Stones pushes his cart back to the pits. I just heard the beep from the timing computer. So race number 7 for today, as we get ready to begin the Honda Cadets for their second heat of the day. Who do you reckon is going to be at the top spots here in this race as we come on out for the formation lap, ladies and gentlemen? So all 16 drivers back out for their next race. And the track still scorcher out there, 21 degrees Celsius. These drivers are racing in. That breeze will make it a little bit better to handle. But let's see how it plays out with some of these drivers. Who's going to be the top novice as well? Can't forget those. So let's see where Nikita Roberts comes in this race as well. She had a strong finish last time out, so let's see if she'll be able to repeat that. And so did Charlie White. Ari White says, "Come on, Charlie White." Just as I speak about him. Oh, check a flag emoji. I love it. I love emojis. In the chat, anyway. Right then, so towards the top bend we go. And let's come down the main straight. We've got the cones for the acceleration line. And we are underway straight off with a little accident between three of our novices at the start there, as they come from the start. I'm not sure what happened there, but it looks like we've got a retiree straight away, which is a 19. No, he's carrying on. So let's go back to the start of this race then, after the bit at the start. So around the hairpin we go, and it looks like that is the 58, no, sorry, 28? I can't see. I don't need glasses, I'm alright. Should have gone to Specsavers. Right, top bend, and down the main straight we come. Yellow's down at Billy's, so it's going to stop this potential overtake here, but it's going to be Daniel Barton leading the way, followed by Arthur Way, Oliver Ratton, Devon Gills, Luke McGall, Zach Ormshaw, Finney Thursfield, Nikita Roberts, Charlie White, and then Joseph Davies in that one. The three that were involved in that incident at the start was Louis Lovell, Hattie Rao, and Arthur Kaiser. Kaiser, who has retired from this race as well. List on the left-hand side of your YouTube live stream. So let's go back to the action then, as we plough on through the rest of this race. Charlie White in the mix with Nikita Roberts as well. And fastest at the moment, even though we've only had one open a lap, it goes to Arthur Way. So down the main straight we come then. It's side by side between second and third. That is Barton and Ratton. As we go around Billy's, and it looks like it's staying to Barton at the moment, sorry. And Ratton stays behind for the moment. Very close behind, mind you, as we go into the hairpin. A little bit further behind is Luke McGall. And just a few tenths behind him is the 21 of one of the Ormshaw brothers. That is Zach Ormshaw. But with the gap at the moment, it is Arthur Way leading by, at the moment, is it going to be a second? It's going to be two, actually. 41.04 by Arthur Way as well, so it goes fastest out on circuit. Side by side at the S's that the 15 of Luke McGall did not spot there. But luckily, all drivers still continuing on. It's side by side into the hairpin. A few touches here and there from these drivers. It's very close in there. Nikita Roberts with a good view of it as well. And Charlie White is right in the mixture of it too. So let's come down the main straight. There goes our leader of Way, but it's a 22. That is second. Zach Ormshaw third, Luke McGall fourth, Daniel Barton fifth, Charlie White sixth, Devon Gills seventh. I think that was last race's race winner, Ethan Cousins eighth. I think I'm right. I might be wrong. I probably am wrong. Finney Thursfield ninth, and then Nikita Roberts in the top 10. Joseph Davies, our top novice at this current time, shown with the black background, white numbers. So from the top bend down the main straight we come. Fastest lap still goes to Arthur Way out in front. He is 3 seconds away from the rest of the field, as the 15 starting to catch up, and also Charlie White starting to catch too in this race. That was correct. Ethan Cousins was last race's winner. My memory isn't that bad. Well, apparently it is. I had to double check. So, still no changes at the moment, but the fastest lap does change, and that goes to the WC of Ethan Cousins. 40.71. As all the other drivers improve their best lap times on circuit. If you're watching on the live timing screens along with the YouTube live stream, they are showed in blue for their personal best laps. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe we go. for our midfield battle, where Nikita Roberts still lays. .6 seconds is Arthur Way to the rest of our field. Oliver Ratton in second position at threat to Zach Ormshaw and Luke McGall, as Ormshaw's got ahead of McGall as well, I believe. Charlie White starting to get with this as well. And Ethan Cousins too. Ethan Cousins a little bit further away from the second position at the moment, as Ethan Cousins is 5.4 seconds away from Arthur Way at the minute. Our leader, 2.5 minutes just about to bounce on the clock, where our leader just goes, and then here comes the rest of the field as well. Ethan Cousins still maintains that fastest lap as well, 40.49. He is pushing. Just like Charlie White is trying to push for a higher position going into the hairpin. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe next. Even this midfield battle is intense, but we have a battle for P3 as we go from the top bend down the main straights. And look at Charlie White just trying to sneak through with all of these two down the inside. A few changes being made there, as he's still got a few down the inside as well. So we might have a few changes here, but it goes to 21 and 15 at WC and 12. So actually, Charlie White, the one that was pushing for another position, has actually lost a position here in that mince. Charlie White actually given a contact warning as well. You can just about see the reflection on the left side of the camera here. There's a 74 squeaks a little bit wide. Down in 10th position, as I try and clear my throat once again. The 15 and WC charging down to Billy's. A battle once again from these two, but that third position is constantly changing, and Charlie White needs to catch back up to Zach Ormshaw to come back into this battle, and there is only 43 seconds on the clock as well. So around the horseshoe we go. And from the top bend goes our leader with 26 seconds when he goes over the line. Second position is still held with Oliver Ratton, who actually has a 1.9 second gap to third. So Ethan Cousins' highest position potentially could only be third. But then again, we still have time left on the clock. Joseph Davis given a contact warning as well. Out there, a few warnings being popped out onto the screen. There they are, just on the top right. Very briefly there for you. Still trying to fix that overlay. So coming down the main straight then is your current leader for this race, and that is Arthur Way, who takes the last lap for this race as it's popped out onto the track and on your screens with a lead of 4.8 seconds. Arthur Way just got away nice and early, just like the WC plate of Ethan Cousins, who has snuck away at these last minutes. Will Charlie White be able to sneak up into fourth at the end of this period of racing? But coming around the horseshoe we go, as the battle for the 21 and 15 is trying to go down the inside. But meanwhile, coming down the main straight and taking the checker flag, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Arthur Way. Then it goes to 22, the WC. Hello, Ethan Cousins with some last minute pace. Zach Ormshaw 4th, Luke McGall 5th, Charlie White will take 6th at the end of that one. Nikita Roberts takes 7th to Finley Thursfield. Daniel Barton 9th, Finley Ormshaw 10th, and that is your top 10 for this race. And our top novice is actually Joseph Davis, who takes 11th position overall. And the fastest lap goes to Ethan Cousins on lap number 8 of this race with a 40.49. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is your provisional result for the Honda Cadets. And that is shown on the left-hand side of your screen there. That is a provisional result. All results that I do say on this live stream are provisional, so make sure you check out the online results to see what was final. So whilst a few recoveries go on, let's look at the Rotax Cadet for their second heat of the day. Only 6 drivers, so 3 rows to be filled for the start. And it's Stanley Stafford, Pierce Taylor, Ethan Copeland, Archie Rogers Tyler, Alfie Garrett, and then Tommy Morris in that order. So just waiting for one recovery to be made. And then we should be able to get going for this next race. So the time is 20 past 1. We had about a half an hour delays this morning. Due to a broken fence, somebody went off and did a good job. Not the best start to the day for that driver, but nevertheless, I think they still managed to keep going though, so that is the main and important thing. Right then, let's carry on then, hopefully, in a few moments' time. Still waiting just for them to get to the pits. And then we should be able to unleash the next 6 drivers. So I can hear the roar come on through onto the screen, onto the track. So 6 drivers all together. They'll be shown on this live stream preview here for you all. So we are for the formation lap here for this race. So let's go for the start. They're going from the right-hander. So down the main straight we come, popping onto the right hand side of your screens, and we are underway for the start of this race here for the Rotax Cadets. We'll walk you through the opening lap here. So down the back straight goes our leader of the 46, and that is Stanley Stafford. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And then towards the top bend we go, so a bit of a gap for the lead for Stanley Stafford. It looks like, well, we'll find out very shortly who's in second. That's the 43, then the 88. Stanley Stafford, Ethan Coupland, Archie Rogers, Tyler, Alfie Garrett, Pierce Taylor, and then Tommy Morris. Let's see how this pans out. Live timing on your screens for the next 7 minutes. So then, ladies and gentlemen, ending out the end of that race, Stanley Stafford took the win by 5.63 seconds. Right, let's check out the grid then for the junior Rotax. I had a quick food stop. Good old packet of Walker's crisps. Ready, sorted. Refuel myself just to wait until hopefully a lunch break. So, Jarek Messers and Karthik Kameta on the front row with Jack West and somebody else. God, this flicks so quickly. Jasmine Taylor, then it's Joshua Withcombe, Ellis Snow on the third row. Daniel Haynes and Matthew Turner on the fourth row. And then Archie Buttle and Noah Pikes rounds out row number 5 for this race. So let's see how this one goes out. The previous junior Rotax race was absolutely action-packed. I believe it's going to be the same again. So out they come from the pits. So formation lap, 23 drivers out on circuits. Feel like we've lost one somewhere. So like I said, 23 drivers out on circuit, a whole 8 minutes of racing to go through, and one can only claim that first position for heat number 2. Going back to the first heat for them, race number 3, Archie Buttle took the win with 24 drivers, so it looks like we've lost one unfortunately, but that's not going to stop any of these drivers here for now. The false start flag is already out, so we are going to be going back round again. So just give an opportunity for them to all settle up and get ready to go for a round a go. Back round we go! So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, from the top bend. Are we going to be going around for the second time? So down the main straight we go, and it's been false started. So let's see if we can go round for the third time. Third time's a charm, as they say. But not when you got a commentator that usually jinxes that quite a few times, I will say. Hopefully not today. So Archie Buttle starting within the top 10, so this could be good news for him to be able to possibly claim a second win for today. Also, Will Swales, he's down quite down the back of the grid. He finished in P2, so is he going to be able to do a similar job as I've just said? But nevertheless, it's unfortunately another false start, and commentators took a curse on it. I should stop talking about the starts. Top 2 really eager to get going, and that is with the 53 and 92, I believe, are your top 2. I bet a few drivers are saying, oh, come on. So, back around we go once more. As they're getting told to slow right up before the start of this race. Are we going to be able to get underway for the third time? Oh, I've done it again. For the third time. Yeah. Had a sip of my drink, it's a bit warm. Right, after the unrelated comment, let's get going. So, down the main straight, come on. No. And they have chucked out the red flag. So there is no starting this race currently. I think the front two will not be... Well, they might be getting told off. That's the main decision. We are going to mute the track mic just for this period of time. Just whilst the... just why some of the officials talk around it. Obviously, you don't need to be hearing what they're saying. I can't, so neither can you. So the drivers will be told to come to the start-finish. So just to let anybody who's just tuned in, the red flag is to... It's for the 3 failed attempted starts. So all the drivers will be gathering together. So you can see them all there gathering around with the stop of this race. So yeah, that's why I've muted the track mic. That is why, because the track mic is literally right underneath. It's like a little tea party out there. So for those that just tuned in, this red flag is not due to an incident, it's due to 3 failed starts from our front 2 drivers. It's a cool view seeing everyone parked up along the straight though. Keep getting shines off of their helmets. So the flag is off on the digiboard. So we should hopefully be able to get underway shortly. Fuzzy Tron saying good luck. Ha 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 ha. Okay. So back around we go. So we'll put the track mic back on as they've finished their conversation near the microphone. That is why that gets muted whilst they are there. Just stops anybody trying to earwig after the racing. As don't forget, the rewind feature is disabled on the YouTube live stream. For those who joined in quite early on, it's not though. I forget to turn it off. But those who are early viewers and stayed on, I believe can rewind. So, from the top bend then, surely. So here we go with a short bit of delays, and this time we are actually underway. The race is underway. So let's see how this goes. So into Billy's, we're all on track and fine. Through the S's, down the back straight. It's the 53 that leads the way. It's side by side coming through the S's for the field at the back. But this race is finally underway after 4 failed attempts to get it running. And a bit of a telling off. We are underway. 56 on the outside at the back of this grid here. Nevertheless, down the main straight, let's give you this running order for you all. So, left-hand side of your screens. So, it's Jarrett Metters, Jack West, Joshua Withcomb, Jasmine Taylor. It's a quadruple J's at the front row. Front 2 rows of this grid. Ellis Snow 5th, Carmathene Cometa 6th, Archie Buttle 7th, Daniel Haynes 8th, Billy Edgecombe 9th, and then Mason Perrin will round out your top 10 at the starts as they came over the line. But that can all change since I have announced your order. And at the moment, your top 3 is unchanged and is strong at the front. And with Jasmine Taylor just hanging on to the back of that. Ellis Snow 5th, Archie Battle 6th, Billy Edgecombe 7th, Karthik Cometa 8th, Daniel Haynes 9th, Noah Pikes 10th. So a lot of changes going on through this race. As going through the S's, the 15 of Will Swales, our P2 driver for heat number 1, is right in the thick of this race here. But our previous race winner, the number 22, ahead of the 23 in 6th position. So possibly could be making a few positions up here later down the road. Still got loads of time left in this race, so 6 minutes 15 seconds in total. And it's a 34.78 set by Jack West. Archie Buttle a 35.08. He is 3.6 seconds behind our leader. So we'll be keeping an eye on where Buttle ends up through the rest of this race. Meanwhile, the 95 a lot slower than the rest coming out the exit of the S's there. That is the Karthik Cometa, sorry. As he's going around the horseshoe with an absolute wild pack of drivers behind him. Look at them all flying through the S's down the back straight. It's the 15 ahead of the 21. So I believe Will Swales is making up a few positions in the late stage of this race. I keep getting noises in my left ear. So 34.55 is to beat at the moment. Jack West absolutely flying away with 1.1 second gap. Joshua Witham in 3rd. So let's see how this goes. Jarrett Metters just hanging on to 2nd here. He has made that position up into 2nd, mind. But there is a tough grid behind him. Archie Buttle still staying in 6th position at the moment. As I thought I saw a bit of debris come off the track, off of a cart onto the track. And indeed there has been. It sounds like an exhaust has gone, and that might be on the 21, unfortunately. I will confirm that as they come down the main straight. And yes, unfortunately, it's Daniel Haynes who unfortunately will be out of this race. So a lot of waiting to unfortunately end just before the halfway mark. So carrying on we go for this race for the Junior Rotax Heat number 2. We're on race 9. Still lots more racing and time to go. Jack West, Joshua Withcombe, Jarrett Metters, your top 3. Jasmine Taylor in 4th still with Ellis Snow, Archie Buttle, Billy Edgecombe, Noah Pikes, Lucas Howard and Vlad Tomanchuk for your race here. Early doors, still nothing from 2nd and 3rd. And yeah, your top 6, your top 7 actually is just unchanged for the last few laps. So the gap is 2.1 seconds currently as we go from the rest of this race. Is the WC of Joshua Whitcomb defending on, or is Jack West's pace just on a different level? And at the minute it is a completely different level, lapping about 3 to 4 tenths quicker per lap at this moment. So lots to do. The 15 defending off the 12 of Charlie Cox. Will Swales trying to come into the top 10 as a mechanical flag comes out for Barnaby Grubb, our first mechanical flag of this round, as he'll be unfortunately forced to retire from this race. Meanwhile, Ava Morris down in P17 after very good Heat 1, finishing out in the top 10. We'll see if she'll make any progress later through this race. But at the moment, though, we are looking at our top 7 because that is still unchanged. As we get a few updates come through once again. It looks like the timing screen just reset there for a second, so let's carry on. So we're still playing through. I think everything's sorted itself out on the timing screen. Simon, what are you doing? So your leader is still Jack West, the number 92. Then Joshua Whitcomb still really at threat here from Jarek Metters. Going into Billy's, they were nearly side by side. Coming out of Billy's, they are still trying to get his nose in. It's just not happening. The 53 has to stay behind. And Archie Buttle is starting to catch up real close to Jasmine Taylor, I believe it is. So I think Archie Buttle's made a position up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He has indeed. As meanwhile, second and third is right on a battle here. 1 minute, 5 seconds remaining. What a battle we're having here in these later stages. The 53 just really trying for it. Archie Buttle making positions up. So is Billy Edgecombe. Through the S's down the back straight. WC just is constantly having to defend. This gap is 3.7 from the leader. So Jack West almost clear for P1 as the WC proper defensive into the horseshoe. There was no squeezing down the inside. The outside is slower, slightly slower at the horseshoe. So let's see how this goes. Jarrett Metters really just trying for it. Goes down the left side this time. I'm behind the microphone. Squeezing down the inside, and he gets it just before the S's. And ahead goes the 53 to the WC, but it's back once again for the WC around the hairpin. He's still behind at the minute. Going again at the horseshoe. No, stays behind. Meanwhile, Archie Buttle has a perfect view of this one as he's slowly made some positions up. As we come from the top bend, though, our 4+ second leader, Jack West, takes the last lap of this race. The 53, the WC. Any changes between those two? We'll find out. Archie Buttle in the top 4. And Ellis Snow just behind. We have the 23 and 84. 23, 90. Oh, God, I'm losing numbers. Nevertheless, though, we're going to be next up to the checker flag because taken up to the top bend and coming down the main straight real shortly, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be our race winner for this one. The Junior Rotax Heat 2 goes to Jack West. And it's very close at the end of that one. Jarrett Metters, Joshua Whitcomb, Archie Buttle. Wow, that was close. Joshua Whitcomb a 10th behind Jarrett Metters. Archie Buttle a 10th behind the WC of Joshua Whitcomb. But here's your order. Jack West, Jarrett Metters, Joshua Whitcomb, Archie Buttle, Ellis Snow, Billy Edgecombe, Jacqueline Taylor, Lucas Halflag, Common Jack, and then Noah Pike rounds out your top 10. And Aerodus Sarkis will take your top novice down in P15. And Ava Morris was P16 at the end of that race as well. I said we'll keep an eye on her. So then, let's go to the grid then for our next race, and it's the senior Rotax for their second heat, and I believe that was Dan Milner and Finn Smith on the front row. So let's see how this one plays out. Finn's highest starting position for this round. Daniel Beards and George Spilsbury on the second row. Evie Pillane and Zach Fletcher on the third row. Pillane with another top 10 start. Rufus Flan on the row afterwards. As we continue on, when it flicks over once again, then it's Jacob Martin, Jamie Burt, and then the last row goes to Ryan Shepherd and Jack Maidment. So that is your top 10 for that one. I may have missed a few there, so I do apologise, but your grade is on the screen. Weather report. Has it got warmer? Oh, it has! 22 degrees. What a day. Considering the week was cold up here, but it's heated up quite a bit. So, yes. Oh, just had to move the fan. Right then, here comes a swarm of senior Rotaxes. Heat number 2, race number 10. Oh man, oh man, oh man. 22 drivers out on circuit for this one. So let's see what we get from the senior Rotax. Still on the formation lap here, so towards the top bend we go. Let's get ready. Who do you reckon is going to be the ones at the top at the end of this race? So Finn Smith on the front row with Dan Milner. Are we going first time? The acceleration line is where the cones are, but we are underway first time round. So going down into Billy's, and we are all clear going through the S's here. Down the back straight we go, and we are definitely running in this race. Senior Rotax heat number 2. Who is the one at the front? We'll find out coming through the horseshoe, and that is the 62. That's Dan Milner. So he is the one currently leading the way in this race. So down the main straight we come, and we go towards Billy's. List on the left-hand side of the screen is Dan Milner, Finn Smith, Evie Pillane, Rufus Flan, George Spilsbury, Jacob Martin, Ryan Shepherd, Zach Fletcher, Jamie Burt, Elliot Thomas. That is your top 10. As who's off on the grass? As the 88, Cameron Crockett off on the grass. What happened there? As it is a very big swervy car park coming through the exit of the hairpin towards the horseshoe. What is going on in this race early doors? George Spilsbury, contact warning. Still doesn't tell us what's been going on in this race. 17 of Jack Maven right behind. I think that's the 37, Elliot Thomas. Is crazy coming through the S's here. Down the back straight we go. Not forgetting Bertie Wellesley out there, just seeing him flying through. He's down in P15, so it just gives you the relevance of where he is. Coming into the horseshoe, whilst the rest of the field just going towards the top bend now. So down the main straight. So 62, the 19 of Finn Smith, where he's got a bit of open air. He is flying towards Dan Milner. 34.29 is the gap. George Spilsbury, another contact warning. We've lost Zach Rowledge early doors. He is already in the pits. But anyway, our top 6 have split away from the rest of the field, down at the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Smith is right on the rear of Milner, and there is a bit of a gap between the 34 of Jacob Martin and Ryan Shepherd. I'll let you know that gap, but the top 6 splitting away, like I said. And Ryan Shepherd currently 1.9 seconds away from that top 6 field, as he has a busy pack behind through the S's. Down the back straight we go. Was that Bertie Wellesley going on the outside of the horseshoe? And he's actually managed to get ahead of the driver there. Just watching it going round. George Spilsbury the first to get into the 33s. A 33.99. A power lap from him there. And he's already up onto the rear of... I think that's Dan Milner. We'll just double check this. Going around the horseshoe. The 1938 then 52. Down the main straight. Dan Milner down in 3rd. So our top 5 are maintaining together. And it looks like Ryan Shepherd's just fallen off a little bit. And he's backed out the 21 there with a loose bumper. Ryan Shepherd, oh no. That is looks like a mechanical on the way for him. Spotted that before everyone else. Yeah, the 21 with a loose bumper there, unfortunately. So Jack Mayman right behind him. That's going to slow him up just a tad. We might see the mechanical soon. But the fast lap still goes to George Spilsbury. So down the main straight we come, and once again flying around. It's too wide in a lot of places here. So around the horseshoe we go. The 21 still hanging on with his bumper there. He's still out there. So from the top bend down the main straight. Here we go. He's being swarmed from the top there. And there goes the mechanical flag for Ryan Shepherd. And we got a few off down at Billy's on the grass. One of those drivers, I only spotted one of them, who's just recovered himself, and that is the 48. That is Bertie Wellesley. So this is right near the rear of the field, because our leaders are just coming down the main straight, and it's a red flag. And it's okay. It's just a disabled car in the middle of the road. So it was stopped for safety by the looks of it. All drivers are okay, by the way. I think that might have been what and why Bertie Wellesley was off circuit for that moment. But we are red flag. 2 minutes 17 remain on the clock. And yes, that car does not look like in a good shape. So on the red flag, Finn Smith leads, George Spilsbury second, Dan Milner third. But yes, stopped because of that car that looked fully... It didn't look great. But all drivers are okay, and we're already out the carts, hence why we showed the screen early. I muted the wrong mic. I said I'll mute the mic outside because they're right close to it, and then I muted my own mic and said the words. Jesus Christ. So second red flag of the day this time. The first time for a telling off this time because of a cart completely disabled out there. The front didn't look great. It probably was more bodywork than anything. So drivers are starting to come back round again, and they're being heading into the pits, so we'll get confirmation, but that might be the end of that race. Literally messaged at the same time the timekeeper did as well. That is the end of that race. So 2 minutes 17 left on the clock, and that is your running order. Well, there's your provisional result. At the end of the day, it is provisional at the moment, but we shall wait. By the way, here comes the car. Doesn't look too bad, but a lot of bodywork in the wrong places, and there's no rear bumper. That's not good. But luckily that's the driver, and he is all Gucci. Right then, let's go to the grid for the next race then, and that is the 177s, where Ian Branfield and Andy Ward are on the front row. Could be an early awayness from Ian Branfield. Patrick Williams-Rahag, our P2 last time out, with Ben Hitch beside. I believe they were the two. No, it was James Frost and Patrick Williams-Rahag who had a battle last time out. He's on the front row, third row with Robert Simpson, then Harrison Crook and Ben Johnson on the fourth row. Harrison Crook with a really surprising retirement on the penultimate lap, and Jason Bear on his own on row number 5. That works. Oh, yes. I'm going to forget I did that last time. Right, so the formation lap, here we go. Man, it's so hot. Right, let's see how this one plays out. Right, so it's from the top, Ben. Let's see how this race goes. Race 11, 177 and 177 Masters. And we are down into Billy's for the start of this race. Through the S's, down the back straight. Patrick Williams-Rahag in the top three has his last. He has the 81. I think that is right behind him as well. It's deja vu. So then, top bend, down the main straight we come. So it's Ian Brownfield, followed by Ben Hitch, then Patrick Williams-Rahag, James Frost, then Ben Johnson. Then Harrison Crook, Robert Simpson, then Jason Bear, then Andy Ward. Sorry, I just had to sort my eye out then. Oh, it's so hot in here. Holy moly. So from the top bend we go down the main straight. So 48 followed by the 95 Patrick Williams-Rahag, then Ben Hitch, Harrison Crook, James Frost, Ben Johnson, Robert Simpson, Jason Bear, Andy Ward. As we go from the exit of Billy's through the S's, it's Patrick Williams-Rahag, then it's the 72 Harrison Crook's already at near the top early doors, but has split Patrick Williams-Rahag and also James Frost. Patrick with some great pace here early doors. It does have Harrison Crook right on the rear, and we know the power of Harrison Crook and on his karts as he's trying to charge down towards Ian Brownfield, but Patrick's gone wider and unfortunately has let two karts by, and that's Harrison Crook and then also the 41 of Ben Hitch. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And around we go towards the right-hander and then towards the top bend. So there goes Ian Brownfield, there goes Harrison Crook, then Ben Hitch, and then Patrick Williams-Rahag. So Patrick Williams-Rahag looking for a move on Ben Hitch as we're going through this race here. As we go from there, right-hander towards the top bend and down the main straight. Through the kink towards Billy's. And once again, around we go. Patrick trying to close that gap fully, and he does very hard into the hairpin towards the horseshoe we go for him. Meanwhile, right behind is Ben Johnson, not Johnson, like I accidentally did during the standings video. Can't believe that passed QR, HQ, whatever the name is, headquarters. So it's 35.35 is the top for Ian Brownfield, top and fastest lap Currently, Harrison Crook nearing that time there. But we're still going on through. And Patrick Rensrahaga looks like he's lost a position here to the 61 of Ben Johnson. So around the horseshoe we go towards the right-hander. And then towards the top bend we go. So the 46 still leads the way. 3 minutes 10 left on the clock. Still lots to play for yet in this race. And it's tight in that midfield. It's the only place where there is potential opportunities at the moment. Harrison Crook still trying to charge down towards the 46. So, Ian Branfield, Harrison Crook, then it's the 41 of Ben Hitch, then the other Ben of Ben Johnson, Patrick Rensrahaga in the top 5, James Frost 6th, Jason Bear 7th, Robert Simpson 8th, and then Andy Ward is in the pits after 5 laps. He looks like he's not having a great day out there today. That's his second retirement. 2 out of 2. So still playing on. Still playing as they are for now. Around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. As I am very warm up here. Stupidly warm. It turns into a hot box in here. So Harrison Crook is charging down. 2.6 seconds is the gap. Ben Hitch is 3 seconds behind Harrison Crook. But it's all close from there on out. Ben Johnson, Patrick Rensrahaga, James Frost, Jason Bear. And then Robert Simpson at the back. Ten seconds remain, so we got this plus the 1 lap left to go. So is this gap going to still be increasing between Ian Branford and Harrison Crook? They both have the same best lap time, by the way, 35.35. That just shows you their competition between one another. Very equal. So, on to the last lap then. And Ian Branfield from the beginning pretty much just left the rest of the grid. Harrison Crook fought through it, but the checker flag is out. I can't pick the right camera angle. But checkered flag goes to Ian Branfield, Harrison Crook 3.2 seconds later. Then Ben Hitch 3rd, Ben Johnson 4th, Patrick Rensrahaga 5th, James Frost 6th, Jason Bear 7th, and Robert Simpson 8th. And then Andy Ward DNFing at 9th position. Just had to go for a quick cool down. But here is the grid for the Senior Blues. So from the top bend, then we go for the Senior Blue heat number 2. And we are underway straight away with the Senior Blues. Obviously 14 drivers altogether out on circuit. So nearly 3 wide to go, and the exit of the S's there. But at the moment, 8 minutes plus a lap to go. Loads of time left, and it's David Watts that leads the way so far. So it's David Watts, Robin Stoddart Stones, Joey Foster, Harry Smithson, Steve Groves, Paul Alexander, Anthony Cleal, then Rob Mortimer, Alex Fortune, Mitchell Carpenter. That's your top 10. That's potentially all changed since I've sorted out a chair. So down into Billy's we go. And down into the hairpin for the next lot. Horseshoe there. And then towards the top bend, David Watts is the one that leads the way at the moment. By 2.6 seconds so far. So we're carrying on through this race. It's still David Watts leading the way as we come over the line there. Best lap time from him, 36.12. Then it's Joey Foster, Robin Stoddart Stone, Steve Groves, Anthony Cleal, Paul Alexander, Alex Fortune upper position, Rob Mortimer upper position, David Waldron upper position, as Harry Smithson down to P10. So not too much of gaps at that front plane position. Robert Stoddart Stone's in P3 with a little bit of a gap behind him with Steve Groves and also Anthony Cleal in that list too. So as we come from the top end down the main straight for David Watts, currently 3.4 seconds ahead of the others. Through the S's, it goes to 66, and you can tell that 3.4 gap just looking as they come around the hairpin and then towards the horseshoe. It just shows the sheer pace of David Watts in these current moments. As he just goes over the line once again. Here comes the rest of the field. The 66 a bit further away from the 6. Steve Groves 4th, car number 4. Anthony Keel in 5th. So still lots more to play for here. And not too much going on in the back of the grid. It's very close between those 4 drivers coming through the S's now and down the back straight. Still lots more to go. So in the pits is Harry Smithson. So that's one driver, unfortunately, out of this race. But meanwhile, here comes your leader, still with that 3-second gap. As the 66 now 4.12. It's closer, though, for Robin Stoddart-Stowe, Steve Groves, and Anthony Cleel. As one's gone wide, and that's Steve. That's Robin Stoddart-Stowe. Someone spun up ahead as well, by the looks of it. Didn't catch that one because I do have a broken blind that's all the way down. Can't sort it without it falling off. We've got another retiree at the just by post 3, as you can see. So unfortunately, losing one other driver. Nevertheless, David Watts, Joey Foster, Anthony Cleel, then Robert Stoddart-Stowe, then Paul Alexander. I believe it was the number 4 that unfortunately spun out there, losing 6 positions altogether. So David Watts coming over the line here, 2 minutes 30 on the clock now, and then we'll be able to carry on through this race here. So top 5 unchanged, continues from 6th, 7th, 8th and down to 10th. As I say that though, there was an opportunity between 2 other drivers. So through the S's down the back straight, the 4 leading to the 26. So Steve Groves making a recovery drive and puts himself back up into P9. As we got another slightly slower out there, going through the exit of the horseshoe there. Still managing to carry on though as we continue the rest of the Senior Blues for their second heats. David Watts just leading the way by 4.7 seconds. It's quite a margin. David Watts with the fastest lap as well of a 36.12, shown by the slight purple at the exit, at the end of his name there. Sounds like someone's packing up an awning behind me. So with 48 seconds remaining, David Watts still leads the way in this race. 5 seconds, just over 5 seconds now. David Watts just with some incredible pace here for this race. As the 66 is just a whole tyre corner away from the others. Anthony Cleel not too far away from Joey Foster though, who is that P2 driver. So 4 seconds remain. We're going to get an extra lap in this race as well, as David Watts has only just recently gone over the line. So 13 laps into this race, and we are away. Lost 2 drivers so far, Nigel Vickery and Harry Smithson, the 51 and 16. As it looks like our leader is coming up towards the last lap now. So there comes the 0. David Watts on the last lap here now of this race. Look at that gap. It's decreased ever so slightly, but it's late for a charge now. Joey Foster just trying to maintain a bit of a gap between him and Anthony Cleal. But this is the finishing top 3 as it stands currently. So towards the top bend, down the main straight. And David Watts takes the checkered flag. Followed by Joey Foster, then Anthony Cleal. Robin Sutherlandstone's 4th. Paul Alexander 5th. Steve Groves takes 6th at the end of that one, so good recovery drive for him. David Waldron 7th, Rob Mortimer 8th, Alex Fortune 9th, and Mitchell Carpenter rounds out your top 10 for this race for the Senior Blues. So there we go then, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of that race. And a fairly quiet but slightly competitive race throughout, with a few things here and there. Nevertheless, on to the next race. And that is the grid for the Honda Cadets here. So Charlie White and Finley Thursfield on the front row. Whoops, that's at the front. Change it to a different camera angle. There we go. So that is your grid for Heat 3. Charlie White, Finley Thursfield, Arthur Way, Ethan Cousins, Luke McGaul, Finley Ormshaw. And that is just name a few there. Realizing doesn't work really well, does it? Right then, let's get ready for the next race then for the Hondas. Just waiting for them to come on ready for their formation lap. So we're just still waiting for a few bits, I believe, and then hopefully we'll be able to get underway shortly. Oh, and here we go. So the formation lap then, and looks like we've had a change of starter. So let's see how this one goes then. Looks like Charlie White and Finley Thursfield on the front row. Just sorting a few bits out in between. I didn't actually see the grid very well, so we shall... So from the top bend down the main straight we go then, and... we are underway for the start of this race. 16 cadets to take to circuit. Let's see how this one races on through. So taking a very early lead, and quite a bit of a lead. It's the number 12. That is Charlie White, who's absolutely flown away at the start of this race. Early doors. So around the horseshoe, there you go. You've got the 15 and WC just behind as well. So that just gives you a rough idea where people were after the start of the grid. But down the main straight we come. Running order on the left-hand side of the screens. So it's Charlie White, Luke McGall, Ethan Cousins, Zach Ormshaw, Arthur Way, Finley Thursfield, Nikita Roberts, Finley Ormshaw, Daniel Barton, and then Oliver Rasson all under one breath. Been a while since I said that. So the 21 going a little bit wide there, coming out of the horseshoe. So towards the right-hander, it's a change of hands. So coming from the top bend down the main straight we come then. And there are your changes. Ethan Cousins is the fastest out there, 41.11. So setting some quick times early doors. Yellow flags down at Billy's at the moment. So down at the horseshoe, very close between two drivers there, almost touching distance, a 21, and I think that's the 87. I am making numbers up now. I think it might be the 47. Yes, it'll be the 47 as we come down the main straight. Those two battling on for position here, whilst the other drivers have a go. Zach Ormshaw up into 4th, Arthur Way 5th, Finley Thursfield 6th. And a change of hands at Billy's as the 21 goes back ahead once again. So swapping constantly those two at the horseshoe. And now swapping again at the horseshoe. The 47 there just battling on and on and on. Meanwhile, the top 3 are the ones that we need to keep an eye out for. We have a change for the lead as well as the WC. Ethan Cousins takes the lead. Charlie White right behind. Luke McGall 3rd. Arthur Way 4th. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. So the 15 just hanging back just a tiny bit from Charlie White and Ethan Cousins. Just for the start of this race for the moment. Was 4th is a little bit further back. That's Arthur Way. As he is still having a continuous battle with Zach Ormshaw. Finley Thursfield hanging out in 6th position with Nikita Roberts in 7th. First time we mentioned this race. As speaking about it, down the inside she goes before the S's and sneaks ahead of Thursfield. So Nikita Roberts up into the top 6. And then it still battles at the front here whilst we catch up with one of our back markers already at the halfway point of this race. So that is Arthur Kaiser, who is right at the back there, going rather slower than the rest of the field. Currently lapping 7 seconds slower. So it's a little blockade, but let's see how quickly our drivers get past. The 15 stuck a little bit behind at the S's. Awkward spot to try and overtake, and to be honest, get out of the way as well. But top 3, now the top 2 for this P1 playing position at this stage. Meanwhile, the 47 has split away a little bit, allowing Zach Ormshaw to try and catch up once again. So Zach Ormshaw slightly further back from Arthur Way. Arthur Way currently 2 seconds behind Luke McGall, who's in 3rd position. He is in a comfortable 3rd at the moment. So the 21 of Zach Ormshaw just behind for Nikita Roberts as well in 6th. That gap between 5th and 6th. Nikita's got to close a half a second gap. Will she be able to? We shall find out. But that gap has increased, not by much, but it's still just half a second required. Charlie White is 2/10 behind. So can he close the gap as well? Lots of gaps to be closed, and yet no overtakes just as yet, but could be lying. As down at the S's and back straight, Arthur Kaiser just being swarmed by the rest of the field at the moment, with the blue flags out for him. Just realised the outside mic was off as well. I really do apologise. So here's some kart noises, and not just my voice. So back down at the horseshoe then, we take a look at our leader, who is leading by 2/10 to Charlie White. Ethan Cousins leading the way, has done from a couple of laps into this race, and we shall see if Charlie White will be able to attack back in these last stages. 1 minute and 9 left to go. He stays behind just for the minute. Through the S's, down the back straight. And down the back straight they go. Around the horseshoe. Still just the 2 of them at the minute, as the pack behind have split away from one another. Fairly even spots. There is an opportunity between 2 karts. That's the 74 and 76. Finley Armstrong and Joseph Davis, one of our novices, as our leaders go over the line with 24 seconds. It was about 26 seconds when they went over the line, but 20 seconds left on the clock. So this is crunch time. Only 2 laps remain. This one and the final lap, which will commence rather soon. So around at the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe, and still no changes between the 2. Top end down the main straight we go. And onto the final lap of this race. The last lap board is out and on the top of your screens as well. Is Charlie White going to do it? Let's keep an eye on him. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. He is right on the rear, going into the hairpin. The gap increases ever so slightly towards the horseshoe. Towards the top bend, ladies and gentlemen. Charlie White is still a little bit too far behind. Is there going to be a sprint to the line? We shall find out. So coming down the main straight, and it's going to be a win for the WC of Ethan Cousins. Charlie White only 0.16 behind. Hardly anything between the two of them as we went across the line. Luke McGould 3rd, Arthur Way 4th, Zach Ormshaw 5th, Nikita Roberts 6th, Finley Thursfield 7th, Daniel Barton 8th, Finley Ormshaw 9th, and then Joseph Davis, our top novice, rounds out your top 10 as well. There we go, a couple more just to come over the line as well there before forgetting about them. Meanwhile, though, I'm going to be taking a commentary break as there has been confirmed no lunch break. So I will be off for this one for the commentary, but I'll leave you with the Rotax Cadet grid. First of all, there is your grid for your 6 drivers, and I shall return just after the race is finished. I don't recommend downing a whole panini in 4 minutes. Oh my god. Right, here's the grid for the junior Rotax then. We'll continue our commentary here. Oh, I think I might feel that panini later. Right then, let's get ready for the junior Rotax for heat number 3. Let's see how this one plays out. The grid was on the screen very briefly, but I think it's Lucas Howell and Noah Pikes on the front row. Oh, if you're ever up at Clay Pigeon, make sure you grab yourself a panini. They're lovely. Ooh. So, slow and steady at the front. Obviously, last time out they had 4 failed attempts and was stopped for a chat this time. Hopefully, we'll be underway straight away. So, let's get ready. And indeed, it is underway straight away. So, we're all into Billies at once at the start of this race. Who's going to end out in front at the start? Lots of changes at the front row of the grid. But it's a 19 that gets away a lot further than the others. Lucas Howe leading the pack early doors. So around the horseshoe through the right-hander towards the top bend. Yeah, it flags briefly at the hairpin as well. So here's your order then. So it's Lucas Howe, Charlie Cox, Mitchell Mulvey. We've got Noah Pikes, Benjamin Bartlett, Daniel Haynes, Matthew Turner, Will Swells, Billy Edgecombe, Vlad Tomanchuk. That's your top 10 as we're flying through this grid. It may have changed quite a lot since then as well. Fastest lap goes to Lucas Howell, 36.62, indicated by the purple blob on the timing screen for you all. Down the inside squeezes the 21, I think that might have been. I'll have to double check. But another paying position moved up there. Lucas Howell with a large gap. Charlie Cox second. Mitchell Mulvey in third. Fourth and fifth are close. Benjamin Bartlett and Noah Pikes. Then in sixth position is the 23, followed by the 21. So Billy Edgecombe making up another position there from 7th to 6th. More yellows down at the hairpin. A lot of hairpin action on the first opening 2 laps here as we come down the main straight here. Billy Edgecombe speeding along 35.14, takes the fastest lap from our leader, who is leading by 7/10 at the moment. So we've still got plenty to play for here as we fly through this race. And just look at the pack coming out of the exit of the hairpin towards the horseshoe. It is full. Full to the brim, but not as full as this lead is, because Lucas Howell is still leading the way, 35.08, so goes quickest once again. That gap is still 7/10 through the S's down the back straight. As the 20 starting to catch up with, I believe that is the third position man of Mitchell Mulvey. So Mulvey at threat here from the 20 of Pikes, who is behind. I think Billy Edgecombe's in at the 44 though, has managed to squeeze in, and the 20 has had to take the wider line, and there's a swap between those two. So you'll see that on the timing screens on the left hand side of the YouTube live stream for you all here, as it's still top 6 is unchanged. So some drivers taking their positions back, but through the S's down the back straight we go. Still all to play for here. down the inside and around the outside. He goes to 45 and 21. And 21 just squeezed out from that inside line going into the right-hander. Has to fall back a position as we come down the main straight. It's a big field there. And the 15 of Will Swales is in that lot as well. So is Joshua Withcombe just at the rear of it. Jarrett Metters as well. The juniors are mixed every single time. It's a different battle every race. And it is just showing as we go into the hairpin. Some down the inside. One's gone really wide. So close to the tyres. Just avoids the tyre wall. Continues on. But a lot of positions lost there. Daniel Haynes, unfortunately, losing quite a few positions in that midfield battle. And that is 7th downwards. Matthew Turner, Vlad Tomanchuk in that as well. Ava Morris is in that position as well. But Daniel Haynes, just from that one place going really wide, has lost 9 positions. That's how tight that midfield battle is. One mistake could lose you to the back of the grid. He's now down in P17, whilst everyone else moves up a position. And Ava Morris into the top 10. So your leader is still Lucas Howell. He is leading by 1.2 seconds here. Nearly 1.3 seconds. As Mitchell Mulvey still maintains that 3rd position lead. But once again, lots of changes in the grid here. Ava Morris out the top 3 because Joshua Withcombe top 10 is the position. Oh, losing my words. There's been a touch between 2 at the exit of the S's, and unfortunately that is the 15 of Will Swales, who was P9, and a retirement from another driver. It was too close in that midfield battle. It's opened up quite a lot. The 11 on the outside now coming around the horseshoe. It's all going off here in this race. Wow. So Will Swales with a okay day so far, having a top 2 finish at the start of the day. It's now unfortunately down in P22 as we've lost, I think it's number 45 of Matthew Turner, unfortunately, from that little kerfuffle. 2 minutes 10 on the clock, whereas that 4 minutes just flown as we're now on to lap 10. So will we be able to see anything in this midfield pack as since then the whole tables have turned and it's all starting to spread out in that field. So you got Noah Pikes, Vlad Tomanchuk, Joshua Withcombe, Jack West, Jarrett Metters and Jasmine Taylor, Ava Morris in that lot. Even below at the 28, 30 and 31 I believe are in that mix as well. Just shows you how tight it is in the midfield battles today for the junior Rotax. This is only 8 minutes of racing. What is it going to be like during their final later on? There is no lunch break, so that is why there was no commentary during the Rotax Cadets. Once again, that is for my own personal lunch there. But back to the battles here. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. So your leader then is Lucas Howell, leading the way still. 2 seconds is that gap. Yep, 2 seconds. He has stormed away from the start of this race, starting at the front row as well. So this has just elevated his chances and opportunities. So Charlie Cox 2.3 seconds behind. Mitchell Mulvey still in 3rd position here. Still no changes from the rest of the top 10. Neither is 10 to 15. So the overtakes have slowed down a bit. We've lost 2 drivers in this race so far. No, 1 driver in this race so far, and that's Matthew Turner on lap 8. And hopefully we'll see him in the final later on. But Lucas Howell going on to the next lap and the last lap of this race as well. Time flies by, including Jack West with the fastest lap of 34.53. So let's see where Lucas Howell is at the moment. So going towards the hairpin, towards the horseshoe. Around we go from the horseshoe. That gap was 2.5 seconds. Lucas Howell just constant with his pace here, as someone's lost a chain or something. But nevertheless, checker flag goes out. And Lucas Howell takes the checker flag here for the Junior Rotax Heat number 3. We've had a late retirement here from the 26th, I think that is, of Barnaby Grubb. Right on his last lap. Unfortunately, I think he lost his chain or something. He's lost complete drive. But anyway, Lucas Howell takes checker flag, wins from Heat 3. He's had a different winner each time so far. Charlie Cox 2nd, Mitchell Mulvey 3rd, Billy Edgecombe 4th, Benjamin Bartlett 5th, Noah Pike 6th, Vlad Tomanchuk 7th, Joshua Withcombe 8th, Jack West 9th, Jarrett Metters in 10th. Your top novice for this one is Harvey Lee Winteridge, the novice in P18. And losing 2 drivers at the end, Barnaby Grubb and Matthew Turner. Barnaby Grubb right on the last lap. So whilst recoveries get along, what a race that was. 2 recoveries, both in the same place. So let's check out the grid then for the Senior Rotax. 23 drivers once again, as we go on through for another race for them. Final heats here coming through, and then we'll be on to the finals. Don't forget the finals are 12 minutes plus a lap, so lots of racing to go through just for now. So like I said, 23 drivers in the seniors. As it's that warm, it's giving me a cold. That makes sense. Ryan Shepherd and James Becker on the front row. Tom Rotherham and Jamie Bradfield on row 2. Then Cameron Crockett and Elliot Thomas on row 3. There are your back 5. Then onto the 4th row, which is George Spilsbury and then Bertie Wellesley. And then the 5th and final row is Arthur Thacker and Finn Smith. So I think Bertie Wellesley's had a high position for the last 3 races as well. So good starts there from him. Let's see how he goes through the rest of today. So let's go back to track cams. And let's get ourselves ready to race as Matthew Turner and Barnaby Grubb take the checker flag the wrong way round. And on cart sounds. Trolleys, that's the word. So time is 10 past 3. And out come the seniors now. So formation lap it is then, ladies and gentlemen. And your 22 drivers out on circuit. Let's see what we get from the seniors here today. Been rather competitive throughout, so we will find out real soon how this race will play out. So a lot of people being called into the office as well. Right then, so let's get underway. We're heading towards the top bend. Shepherd and Rotherham on the front row. Sniffs out of my nose. And let's get ready to go for this race. So coming down the main straight then. And once again, we are underway for this race. Into Billy's we go. And it's going to be very chaotic in that midfield pack. It's 2 wide, 3 wide, and a spin and a little tap from 3 of the drivers there. I think one of those drivers being the novice of the 77, Jasmine Kaplan. 17 and 34. Nevertheless, let's carry on for this race then. And down the main straight comes your leader. Order on the left-hand side of your screen. So it's Ryan Shepherd, Tom Rotherham, Cameron Crockett, James Becker, Bertie Wellesley in the top 5. Jamie Bradfield 6th, Elliot Thomas, then Finn Smith, George Spilsbury 9th, then Jamie Burt 10. Could have all changed since then. Hey! But let's see how it goes into this one. It's very hectic at that front 3. You've got the 42 still leading it, but the 88 of Cameron Crockett, who, let's be fair, has not had the best of days today. He's up in the top 3 for this drive. So let's see how he goes. So down the main straight then. Around Billy's we go. Cameron Crockett on the inside. Meanwhile, look at that pack going into the S's. James Becker or Bertie Wellesley is just holding off that grid. It's so solid. Around the hairpin, towards the horseshoe. Down the inside goes the 19. Finn Smith getting involved in that pack as well. I think that's where also one of the other Birrell carts are, I believe. Nevertheless, down the main straight we come. We'll get that order fully. So Jamie Bradfield, Finn Smith, Bertie Wellesley, Jamie Burt. That is your 4th down for that little battle that we just had there. And again, going into the S's. Another move made down the inside. And another position up for, I believe that was the 38. But around the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. Non-stop. Once again, just like the juniors in that midfield, just non-stop. Constant battles going on. 5:40 left on the clock. As they all roar on past. Through the S's, down the back straight. And again, for the midfield, Tom Rotherham only leading by 2/10 at the moment. So Cameron Crockett starting to catch up with Tom Rotherham. That gap just under 2/10 now. And then third position a little bit further back from Cameron Crockett. That is the 66, I think that is the Jamie Bradfield, so that has changed position there. So down the main straight we come, and then we are ready to go for another lap of this race, nearing the halfway mark as well. So Crockett right on the back of Rotherham, as Bradfield is just trying to catch up with those two after falling back ever so slightly. So down the main straight we come. Finn Smith starting to catch up with Jamie Bradfield as well. Jamie Burt up into 5th, Bertie Wellesley up into 6th, Ryan Shepherd down 2 positions. 2 wide coming out of Billy's into the S's, and the 21 having to tuck behind the 14. So Arthur Thacker making up a few positions as well by the looks of it. Into the hairpin horseshoe we go. I did it. I've got the wrong name again. So Rotherham still leads the way. Cameron Crockett 2/10 behind. Finn Smith up into 3rd. And then Jamie Bradfield 4th. Burt 5th. Wellesley 6th. Spilsbury 7th. Thacker 8th. Pillane 9th. And then Ryan Shepherd in 10th position here. is your top 10. As we have yellow flags because of retirement on the exit of the S's. So static yellows at Billy's, full waved yellows at the S's. So hopefully that will slow them down slightly, just to allow for this recovery to happen. It's just off the screen. As the 77 just goes over the line there. Zach Rowledge out. We also lost Jack Mayman as well, number 17. Lost him early doors, actually. So the lead then, it's still held by Tom Rotherham. Cameron Crockett's still in second, so he's hanging fire for the minute by the looks of it. And Finn Smith starting to catch up to the 88 as well. As Jamie Bradfield fourth, Jamie Burt in fifth, and Bertie Wellesley rounds out your top 6. He's a little bit far from Jamie Burt. So there's a bit of a leeway between the 5th and 6th drivers. It's an all Birrell 6th, 7th, 8th at the moment. So 1 minute remains on the clock. There's not a lot of time left to go, and that's not too much longer for Tom Rotherham to defend this P1 before the finals. As Cameron Crockett and Finn Smith are just behind, not by much. 2/10 was a gap last time out. And we've got the next lap plus 1 to go. So down the main straight we go, 30 seconds left. So next time round will be the last lap. As Finn Smith just comes around at the inside of Billy's and is now ahead of Cameron Crockett. So Crockett now down into 3rd position. So around the horseshoe, right-hander, and then towards the top bend we go. So the last lap board is out for Tom Rotherham to hold on to that P1 for one more lap. He's had Cameron Crockett for a long time, and now he's got Finn Smith just for this last lap here. The gap is 3/10, but that could easily close. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe, towards the right-hander, and then towards the top bend. So, ladies and gentlemen, going to be taking the checkered flag here and taking the win, not by much. It's going to be Tom Rotherham who takes the checkered flag here. Finn Smith will take 2nd, Cameron Crockett 3rd. Then we got Jamie Bradfield 4th, Jamie Burt 5th, Bertie Wellesley in 6th position. So that rounds out your top 6. George Salisbury 7th, Arthur Thacker 8th. Evie Belaine in the top 10 in 9th, and then Rufus Flan rounds out your top 10. Top novice is Navy. Top novice is Aidan Pomeroy in P15, the number 52, being our highest novice here. Jasmine Kaplan just goes over the line there. And it looks like we've lost Ryan Shepherd at the end there. We've lost Dan Milner as well, Zach Rowledge and Jack Mayman, who was our first retiree of the race. That was on the opening lap. And breathe. So whilst there's a recovery going on, once again we will go for the grid for the next race here, and that is the 177s. Harrison Crooks on the front row with Robert Simpson, and then We've got Ben Johnson and Ben Hitch on the second row, Ian Branford and Jason Bear on the third row, Patrick Williams-Rahag and James Frost on row 4, and then Andy Ward at the back of this race. I don't think Andy Ward's finished a race yet today. So we'll see if he'll be able to finish today. So still just waiting for one more recovery to go. But don't forget, if you haven't subscribed yet to the Clay Pigeon Kart Club YouTube channel and you want to get ready for some more action that is still to come, then hit that subscribe button. We've still got one more round left of this year, so make sure to hit that subscribe button ready to go. If you haven't liked the live stream and you are enjoying it, then please hit that like button. That'd be most appreciated as well. More future updates to come to the live streams as well. And also, we've got a whole entire of next year to go too. So, get ready for that. If you haven't subscribed already, it's free to do so. It will be much appreciated. So then, we're still waiting for that recovery to go on through after a quick advertisement. And then we should be ready to go for the 177s. Snapchat. What a weird place of Snapchat is. My Snapchat anyway. Right then. It looks like we'll be getting underway very soon. And that very soon is now. So, 9 drivers out on the grid. And it's time for the 177s for their last heat of today. We've still got one more heat to complete before we get onto the finals. And just a reminder as well, we go straight into the finals. There's no break today. So from the top bend then, and down the main straight we come. And we are underway for this race here for the 177 and 177 Masters for their third and final heat of today. And Harrison Crook is leading the way, and it looks like Ben Johnson's in second. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. That's Patrick Williams-Rahag at the back there, just trying to go down the inside of the 18 of Andy Ward. But from the top bend, down the main straight we come. And Harrison Crook already leading by a little margin. There's your view on the left-hand side of your screen there. So it's Harrison Crook, Ben Johnson, Ben Hitch, Ian Branfield, Jason Bear, Robert Simpson, James Frost, Patrick Williams-Rahag, and then Andy Ward. Patrick's lowest position today as so far. Only be able to go up the grid a little bit further on later today. But nevertheless, Ben Johnson is still in second. Ian Branfield working his way up the grid ever so slowly on these early stages anyway. Still got loads of time left. The race has only just begun. So Robert Simpson losing a couple of positions that lap. And Patrick Williams-Rahag down the inside at the S's, gets ahead of the 81, James Frost. He had battles with him earlier today, and making easy work of it this time round, as he is now ahead and charging towards the 50. And whilst Ben Johnson is maintaining a distance between him and Harrison Crook, as we all know, just speeds the way in these races. So Harrison Crook, Ben Johnson, Ben Hitch, Ian Branfield, Jason Bear, Patrick Williams-Rahag, James Frost and Robert Simpson, and then Andy Ward as I stretch my legs. There's always got to be an unrelated moment at some point. So Ian Branfield's right on the rear of Ben Hitch, trying to open a gap up to get ahead. Meanwhile, it's 95 right on the rear of the 50. So Patrick trying to get ahead of the Bear. So Ben Johnson 1.7 seconds behind Harrison Crook so far in this race. As, oh no, the 95 slow and his rear bumper has unfortunately come off. After making some great progress, unfortunately a mechanical failure. Well, mechanical in the sense of his rear bumper. Unfortunately, that will end his race there. He was making such good progress. But we continue on this race, and we have lost the 95. So back to the action then. So Ben Johnson, 2 seconds behind Harrison Crook. Ian Branfield currently being held up by Ben Hitch. So there's a big gap between those two. And now, obviously, the Masters are together with the 177s. So separate races going on here, whilst all racing each other at the same time. As we keep on going through this race here. Third position up for play here. When I say it's up for play, it's changed hands. And Ian Branfield is up into P3 and finally managing to get past Ben Hitch. And then the field has started to even out a little bit. At the back, though, is Robert Simpson and Andy Ward, who's still going in this race. But that gap is just increasing at the front. 2.4 seconds. There is no catching Harrison Crook at the moment, and we're below the halfway mark of this race. So will Ian Branfield manage to catch up with Ben Johnson for another P2, or is Ben Johnson going to get a P2 today? We shall find out throughout this race. And Andy Ward just hanging on in behind Robert Simpson. Still. Fastest lap has changed hands though. Only just. Harrison Crook had it with a 35.61. Ian Branfield has taken that by 1,000th of a second. So, yeah, not much in it. Oh, 100ths, sorry, of a second. 1,000ths, mad. Don't even do that. So there goes Harrison Crook. Still no changes throughout the whole entire grid here. as the field has definitely evened out here, waiting for something to happen, and Ian Branfield may give it to us a little bit later down the road. He's gone quicker, 35.5 for the fastest lap, and he is in the 35.5s, so just under a tenth quicker than Harrison Crook, and you can see him catching Ben Johnson lap on lap. You can just visibly see the gap close, but there's still so much time left to go. 1:35 race time, plus one more lap in that as well. Ian Branfield, the time is just dipping even further. The gap is closed right up, and he's in the 35.3s, now 3/10 quicker than Harrison Crook. Where has that pace just come from? He seems to light his tyres up right at the end of the race, and just how does he do it? Just under 3/10 quicker. That is crazy. Side by side with Ben Johnson, but Ben Johnson isn't giving up without a fight. But into Billy's, and there you go. It's changed hands. Branfield ahead of Johnson. That's it. Branfield is once again unleashed from the pack. 24 seconds though, so this 3-second gap is going to be tough to close this late on. So down the main straight we come, 13 seconds remain, and there is still a gap of 3.1 seconds to go. So with the closing stage of this race, Andy Ward still going, and Patrick Williams-Rahag is the only DNF in this race today for Heat 3. Losing him on lap number 4 due to his rear bumper coming off. But nevertheless, from the top bend and down the main straight, we are coming on to the last lap of this race. Harrison Crook is the one that leads that race and has done since the beginning. But Ian Branfield's the quickest out there. The 35.3s, where did he squeeze that from? Ben Johnson still managing to keep behind Ian Branfield, but the gap has opened quite a fair bit. So coming around the horseshoe, towards the right-hander we go, and then towards the top bend. Because, ladies and gentlemen, coming down the main straight and taking the checker flag for this race and winning a Heat 3 and winning another race this year is Harrison Crook, who takes the checker flag. Ian Branfield takes second 2.3 seconds later. Just under a second later will be Ben Johnson and Ben Hitch in fourth. Jason Bear for your top 5. James Ross 6th. Robert Simpson 7th. Andy Ward 8th, and that was close. Whoa. The closest we've had today. 0.07 was that gap. And our only DNF, which was Patrick Williams-Rahag, who ended up in P9. Still got all to play for though. We still got the finals, which are 12 minutes. So 12 minutes of action yet to come from the 177s. Right to the grid. Right to the Senior Blues. Let's go. So David Waldron on the front row with Joey Foster, then Nigel Vickery, David Goody, then Alex Fortune, Steve Groves, then Paul Alexander, Harry Smithson, Anthony Cleal, and then Mitchell Carpenter is your top 5 and the front row. Oh, it seems quite loud, this one. There we go. So let's see how we get from the Senior Blues. As we lead on to our last heat of today, race 18. So the formation lap then, here we are. So Robin Stone's in the cut through. Just to make sure this grid goes ahead first time round. So from the top bend we have false started. As the 26 hasn't even come out of the pits yet, so that is our full grid now, I believe. So we go back once around again. So around the horseshoe we go. And from the top bend we come down the main straight. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to kickstart off the last heat of today. Race number 18 is now underway. And it is the Senior Blues heat number 3 as they all go into the top bottom bend, the billies, that's the word. Yellow flags down there as well. Down the back straight we go, around the hairpin and through to the horseshoe. The 26 was the one that spun, and it's the 66 that leads the way, and that is Joey Foster. So down the main straight we come. And your order is on the left-hand side of the screen, as per usual. So it's Joey Foster, David Wardren, Nigel Vickery, David Goody, and then Alex Fortune, Harry Smithson, Paul Alexander, Anthony Cleal, Robin Stones, and David Watts is your top 10. And a change of position for second and third as David Wardren down to P3 as Nigel Vickery gets ahead. So all the changes coming on through here. Joey Foster is the fastest out there. Alex Fortune stays in 5th. Harry Smithson makes up 2 positions, and so does Anthony Cleal, makes up 2 positions. Lots going on. There's been a spinner out the exit of Estes over the sausage curb as well. And he's managing to get himself going once again. But it is still Joey Foster that leads this race. A 36.68 to the fastest was from him, but Harry Smithson takes the fastest at the moment with a 36.58. Going down into the hairpin. Harry Smithson, I think that is getting ahead of David Wardren, so another position lost from the number 5 as also Anthony Cleal's in the background of that with Alex Fortune in the 50. So down the main straight we come. The lead is 1.83 seconds. As a 5 threat from the number 1 as well. So Anthony Cleal trying to get ahead of David Wardren here. Will he be able to do it at Billy's? And he's trying it. Billy's still trying down the inside before the S's. And he tried. He got ahead. As a 5 is rather slow up there because instantly being attacked for another position loss as I think that is the that's the 0 of David Watts trying to get at the 5 as well. So will David Waldron lose 2 positions? He's down the inside, and yeah, there goes another position, unfortunately, for David Waldron. So both the 1 and the 0 get ahead and move up to get closer to our leader, who is currently leading by 1.9 seconds. 3.14 is gap between third and first. And David Waldron falling back 5 seconds behind our leader here at this current time, with 3 minutes 56 left on the clock, so a rather random time. The 6 going wide, allowing the 50, I think that was through. Harry Smithson's the fastest out there, 36.09. That is a very, very quick time from Harry Smithson there. Lapping about 0.6 quicker than our leader. That is crazy time there from Smithson. Where did that come from? And he's already up towards the back of Joey Foster in P1. Smithson with some incredible place here. Anthony Cleland third, Nigel Vickery fourth, David Watts fifth, David Waldron fifth, Steve Groves seventh, eighth is Robert Stoddart Stones, and then Alex Fortune ninth, and then Michael Bell is in P10. And Harry Smithson already trying to challenge Joey Foster. He thought he was safe, but where that 2 second gap disappeared to is just unreal. So down the main straight we go. 2.5 minutes remain. Harry Smithson trying at Billy's. Is he going to have that inside line? He's kept his nose in, so yes, he does. Ahead goes the 16 of Harry Smithson, ahead of Joey Foster, and the lead has been taken. Our new leader is the 66. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, third positions at threat with Anthony Cleal and David Watts. So there's your third and fourth positions changed. And we still have 2 minutes left on the clock. Are we going to get a change for P3? Anthony Cleal and David Watts have had battles in the past up here in previous rounds and visits for last year too. So are they going to repeat another battle here today and make another battle added to their name? And at the moment it is underway for sure. Joey Foster, 0.6 was the gap over the line earlier. We shall see if that changes. From the top end down the main straight we come. Watts looking for the inside. Doesn't get it at the moment. Around Billy's, there you go. Through the S's and down the back straight. And he stays behind at the minute. Anthony Cleal just clinging on to this P3. Around the horseshoe. Towards the right-hander we go. And then we're back up to the top end to go back round once more. Anthony Cleal is just holding on to this P3. So around Billy's we go. He's sneaking down the inside, backs out. So there was a sneak in there for David Watts. Is he going to try at the hairpin instead? No, he stays behind. He is just playing with ideas here at the moment, David Watts. And down the main straight we come. We got 1 second left on the clock as these two come over the line. So we got this lap and then one extra as Harry Smithson has snuck another one in. 1.9 is the gap. That sounds familiar. 2 seconds has gone the other way this time. But Anthony Cleal still is holding on to that P3. with David Watts fourth. So down the main straight we come. And we're on to the last lap for third and fourth. As Harry Smithson's already onto it. Best lap time of a 36.09. No one's got anywhere close to that. No one's even got into the 36.2s apart from him. Everyone else, well, apart from David Watts, nobody else has managed to get as close to 36.09. Nevertheless, though, ladies and gentlemen, from the top bend and down the main straight, we get ready for the checker flag, because here it is, and it's out. It is Harry Smithson who takes the checker flag and wins by 2.9 seconds. Joey Foster second. Anthony Cleal holds on to P3 at the end of that race, with David Watts 3/10 behind. Nigel Vickery in 5th, Steve Groves 6th, David Waldron 7th, Robin Stoddart Stones 8th, Michael Bell 9th, and then Alex Fortune rounds out your top 10. And just waiting for one more driver to take the checkered flag, as the whole grid takes the checkered flag here. And that is that race concluded. So we're off of the heats and we're on to the finals. So ladies and gentlemen, 12 minutes of commentary per race coming your way. So let's check out who is where to start off the Honda Cadet grid, because, well, it's been interesting. So it's Ethan Cousins and Arthur Way are at the front row at the start of this one. Ethan Cousins with 89 points, 85. Charlie White in third with 84. Luke McGall 82. Zach Ormshaw 79, and then there was 76 points by the driver beside him. And that was Nikita Roberts. Finney Thursfield was 71 with Finney Ormshaw 64. 63 points joint for Joseph Davis and Daniel Barton, but Joseph gets it earlier because of the number 10. I'm going to say that might be race 10, I guess. I don't know. But that is your top 10. And the formation lap is here for the Honda Cadets. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Finals time. Or as I used to say in previous live streams, finals time, baby. That very excited quote, as someone's going slow at the start of this. Oh dear. One of our front runners has stopped. And I think it's a number 12. Oh no. No. He's managed to get going again, so we will probably be going back round again. And we are indeed. So we'll go back round and allow the 12 of Charlie White to get back going into his position. My watch says time to stand up. He's not wrong. Let's stand for the Honda Cadets. I think the grid are going too fast for him to catch up. But the race is going. They've started the race and Charlie White is out of position. But nevertheless, the race carries on. So Charlie White now trying to catch up to the rest of the grid now. And he's already on the back. So we'll see if he'll be able to recovery drive from the quick mechanical at the start here. So coming down the main straight then and leading the way for the opening lap. Here is your roundup. So it's Ethan Cousins, followed by Zach Ormshaw, Luke McGall, Joseph Davis. Joseph Davis with the highest position he's been all day. Finley Ormshaw in 5th, Fenley Thursfield in 6th, Nikita Roberts 7th, Daniel Barton 8th, Oliver Ratton 9th, and then Devin Gills in the top 10. And Charlie White into P15. We'll just watch his recovery drive go on through. See if we recover back up to the top spots. So towards the top bend, down the main straight we come. So Zach Ormshaw at threat by Luke McGall. Joseph Davis, the highest we've had from him all day, and the top novice at the moment for this race. If he does get into the top 3. Well, I think there's quite a lot of trophies actually up for grabs today. But Luke McGall is trying to make a gap between him and Zach Ormshaw as they go into the horseshoe. He's on the outside, goes back in towards the inside to try a switchback, but he doesn't for now as we go towards and down the main straight we come. So Joseph Davis at threat already from the grid as the 15 of Luke McGall left no room for Zach Ormshaw there, and unfortunately he loses position. Only one, fortunately, but Luke McGall there, not the cleanest move, and didn't it just went straight to the racing line. So down the main straight we come though. So Ethan Cousins now leads by 3.5. Finley Ormshaw 3rd. Zach Ormshaw 4th. Joseph Davis in 5th. Daniel Barton 6th. Arthur Way 7th. Nikita Roberts 8th. Finley Thursfield 9th. And Charlie White in the top 10. So Charlie White right in the middle of that pack, going down the back straight there. It's still really close in that midfield. They're not too far from the top playing positions here. Second is slowly going away. Cousins is leading the way though by over 3 seconds. Make that 4. And he has the fastest lap time of a 40.87. Charlie White up into P8. He's determined to get going, as he is behind the 76 now already. Look at that pace from Charlie White, determined to get to the top after starting out of position due to a small mechanical at the start. Nikita Roberts down the inside of the 74, trying to make a position up to get behind the 76. And she is now ahead as we go into the 8 minutes and below mark. So we're into the normal heat territory now. So unchanged from 12th and below. And your leader still leading the way by nearly 4.5 seconds. So a big lead here from Cousins, which is going to help at the later stage of this race, as an arm waved from the 17, as there's a bit of contact between the two drivers in third and fourth even, sorry, as they come from the top bend down the main straight. And that is Zach Ormshaw and Arthur Way here. As they go into the S's down the back straight. The 12 of Charlie White is now in that pack as well, as we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And around the horseshoe we go through the right-hander. So keeping an eye on this P3 battle, which got a bit touchy early doors. from the right-hander down the from the top end down the main straight even. And let's check this one out again. Charlie White on the back of this as well. So into Billy's we go. One has gone into the inside line, and that was the Ormshaw. And into the S's, keeps ahead. The 47 there as well. Charlie White doesn't want to be held up for too long. I'm sure of that as we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Side by side between Ormshaw and Way. Into the into the horseshoe we go. And the 47 slightly gets ahead. There's another touch between the two of them. And the 12 of Charlie White gets ahead and splits the two of them up. He's like, hang on a second, you can stop this. As we come down the main straight, it's a sandwich. As we go into Billy's here, Charlie White stays behind Ormshaw, the 47, trying to get down the inside of the S's. Charlie White backs out carefully as the 47 and 21, they touch again. It's just non-stop between the two of them. This time, it slowed them both right up into the rest of the pack. And I'm sure there's a few contact warnings being given here. So around the horseshoe we go. And Charlie White is into third. And just gets away with all of it. And just looking at the timing screen, yeah, there is loads of contact warnings given to those two. So then Ethan Cousins is still out in front. And he is leading by, well, at the moment, a considerable margin. More contact warnings given to Arthur Way. This time one to Charlie White as well. So Charlie White in third, Arthur Way, Nikita Roberts and Zach Ormshaw. As it's just constant taps here and there. So down the back straight we go. As we go down towards the horseshoe, Charlie White just hanging out here. Way just behind. When I say there's a battle going on, I don't mean it in a physical way, like Way has been doing so far, and also Zach Ormshaw. The ones that have sinned so far anyway, but we're in 2x2s with the third, fourth, and then fifth and sixth, which is actually being held out by Nikita Roberts with a top 5 here. 3 minutes 19 on the clock, so we're nearing the last quarter of this race. As down the inside goes Zach Ormshaw on Nikita Roberts, but Nikita straight back on it again as she goes down into the horseshoe. Goes a little bit wide on the exit, but has the inside line going into the right-hander, and as such will go ahead and keep that position there. Meanwhile, Ethan Cousins is miles away, 7 seconds up the road. Charlie White is 4 seconds behind second. So I wonder if these two are going to play it smart now and try and catch up. Let's be fair to Charlie White. He's had to go from all the way from the back to the front after being out of position at the start of the race. But nevertheless, he is flown to the top 3. And this is a battle he is definitely ready for. So down the main straight we come. Hardly anything in between Charlie White and Arthur Way. Lap time wise, the 15 in second. Meanwhile, our leader's coming up on one of our back markers, so the blue flags will start showing around the circuit. And we get ready to go once again. 1 minute 48 was left on the clock. So 1 minute 20 remain. Ethan Cousins, Luke McGould, Charlie White, Arthur Way, Zach Ormshaw, Nikita Roberts, Finley Thursfield, Oliver Ratton, Joseph Davis, and then Finley Ormshaw. Both of the Ormshaw brothers in the top 10. Top novice is Joseph Davies. He was hanging around the P4 area earlier on and still just in the top 10. But nevertheless, we're still here and there's still a battle between Charlie White and Arthur Way in these closing stages here. Less than a minute to go, plus one more lap after that one as well. So be prepared for a final lap battle between the two of them. But that gap for the lead is 8.7 seconds, the biggest gap for a lead we've had all day today. And it happens in the final here. Luke McGould, 3 seconds of a gap between him and third position. So it's safe-ish if Charlie White can nudge away from Arthur Way. Hey. We've lost one driver in this race so far, and that's Arthur Kaiser, unfortunately, who we lost in the 14th lap. So only a couple of laps ago, unfortunately. Meanwhile, we've got Arthur Craig. Oh, he's back out again. He returns. So lots of packs coming out here as the clock has stopped ticking down. And we have done with the timer, and we're on to the last lap as our leader here, just coming down the main straight. The WC leading by over 8 seconds earlier. Is that going to be 9? Are we going to have the biggest gap so far this weekend? And indeed we are. 9.7 seconds. Charlie White's got one more lap just to defend off for that top 3. And Nikita's got another chance to get to the top 5. So, into the hairpin we go for Charlie White. And we'll come back to this real shortly because already our leader and winner for this race is coming down the main straight, takes a checkered flag. And there it is. That's the end of the race. Ethan Cousins takes a checkered flag and wins for the Honda Cadets. Luke McGould will take second. Who's going to take third? And very well done to Charlie White, who takes third and a very defended third position from Arthur Way, who takes fourth. Zach Ormshaw fifth. Nikita Roberts sixth. Oliver Ratton seventh. Finley Thursfield eighth. Finley Ormshaw ninth. Joseph Davis takes out the top 10 and is our top novice for the Honda Cadets in this final. And well done to him. He started out and was near the top 4 at the start of the race, fell back but managed to stay within that top 10, so very well done to him. And also a very deserved novice, top novice for the Honda Cadets. Obviously this is a provisional result, so as long as everything goes all right at the other ends, there is our top novice. Make sure to keep an eye on the results later on today. Right then, so it's the Rotax Cadet for their final. Now I will have to whiz off and grab a drink, as I've run out, annoyingly. But we'll tune in to near the end of this race a little bit later on when we get down. So here's a Rotax Cadet final for you all, and they should be out on circuit very shortly. And Ari White, yeah, great little drive from number 12, Charlie White. Indeed it was. Very good drive, very good defending. Right, we'll be back very shortly. So then that's the Rotax Cadet final completed. So let's go into our next race then. And we come to the final few races here. So it's the Junior Rotax. It's going to be an action-packed grid here. So let's see what we get throughout today in this final. It's going to get heated up quite a lot between this lot, as the juniors are quite often. Pairing myself with an Aussie Lemonade Monster, they are gorgeous. Why is there no commentary on the Micromaxes? There's no commentary on the Rotax Cadets, as I needed a comfort break and also a drink. As there's been no break, so I've struggled to be able to hop out the room and get stuff. That is why. Yeah, but I do it to all the small grids, to be fair. Right then, so the formation lap for the Junior Rotax then, and let's get ready for this one. So let's cut the music in the background and let's get ourselves ready for 24 constant action from the juniors. This could get interesting for these. So towards the top bend we go and down the main straight. Let's get ourselves ready for the Junior Rotax final, race 21. And we are underway for the Junior Rotax here, as all go into. There's 3 wide at one bit, a spin at the back, so a few drivers unfortunately collected in that, but through the S's it's 3 4 wide and 3 drivers are off at the S's. It's all happening at the start of this race. Few in that one. It's the 25-15 in that as well, and the 12's involved in a couple of those spins, and 3 into 1 don't go. So towards the top bend and down the main straight we come, and let's get ourselves going. So it's the WC that leads the way. Lucas Howell second, Archie Bartle third, Billy Edgecombe fourth, Jasmine Taylor 5th, Jarek Meta 6th, Jack West 7th, Ava Morris 8th, Mason Perrin 9th, and then Ellis Snow in the top 10. As the 19, let's say he's gone wide and gone off on the other side of the sausage curb, and that's him out. He's out. What happened there? Unfortunate for the Lucas Howell there. And that is the end of his race just as it started. Nevertheless, we carry on. So the WC, Joshua Whitcomb leads. Then it's Archie Buttle, Billy Edgecombe, Jarek Metters, Jack West, Jasmine Taylor, Ava Morris. That's your top 7. Speaking of the top 7, the 53 losing 3 positions there. So that promotes all those drivers up a position as we go on through. As there is a static yellow at the hairpin, just whilst Lucas Howell gets into a safe spot. There's your running order on the left-hand side of the screen as well. So Archie Buttle running near the top, where he started the day. So I'm sure he'll be happy in that sense. Billy Edgecombe in 3rd. Close behind is Jack West, and then the rest of the grid of Jasmine Taylor, Ava Morris in the top 6. All to play for here in these finals. There's 12 minutes in them. As down the inside sneaks to the 36, I think that was, on to the 44. Vlad Tomanchuk up into 11th. That will be confirmed very shortly. We've had a few contact warnings, which is at 19, 15 and 92. So we will check up on those throughout this race as well. Will Swales down to 23rd. Not having a good race here after the start. But we continue on through. The 32 ahead of the 53. So Ava Morris hanging out in the top 6 still. As we come from the top bend down the main straight. And your top 10 is still unchanged. Sarkis in the top 10 is our top novice at the current time. He's had a really good day today and a very good debut, as this is his first race, I believe, here, race weekend here for the Clay Pigeon Kart Club, preparing for next year. Lots of drivers getting ready for the end of this season as well. We got one more round to go. So nearing the 8-minute mark, Jarrett Metters up into 6th, Sarkis up into 8th. So through the S's, down the back straight, and that 56 there. The novice is right in the midst of this, driving for the TH course. As the 23 trying to get ahead of another driver. I think the 92 might have been in that, and I think the 92's got ahead. I think there's another contact warning, and that is Charlie Cox getting that contact warning. So 7 and a bit minutes to go. The WC of Joshua Withcombe only leading by half a second here. So there is not long of a gap between him and Archie Buttle. Jack West in 3rd. The 23 still ahead of the 84. Jasmine Taylor. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a gap where the 31 is leading the pack for 13th and below. Maxim Smith holding on to that P13. As we still continue on down, no changes in the top 7. Ellis Snow goes up into the 8th position. As someone's wide at Billy's, which has lost a lot of positions there through the S's. That's the 56. Unfortunately, that's the Sarkis. He's still our top novice, though. He's just battling it out constantly in that midfield position. Nevertheless, around the horseshoe we go for the right-hander and towards the top bend. And from the top bend we go down the main straight. And the 92 right on the rear of the 22 as they go into Billy's. Also another one right behind is Billy Edgecombe and Jasmine Taylor. Those two are really close, and it's, well, swapped just around. It's now Jasmine Taylor ahead of Billy Edgecombe. And it's swapping again. Is it? Is it? Yes. It swapped around once again. A double switcheroo. One just longer than the other. So Archie Buttle down into 3rd, and then Billy Edgecombe just staying in his position. Will Jasmine Taylor be able to recreate it again? Into Billy's, a little bit of a slam on the anchors, which she had a bit of a snap there, but managed to keep hold of it. Stays behind, and through the S as they go. And there is no change between those two as they start to close up our top 2 towards the WC of Joshua Withcombe. Fastest lap goes to Jack West at the minute, indicated by the purple on the end of the running order for you on your TV screens or tablets or phones, wherever you're watching. So down the main straight we come. And Ava Morris is still in that top 6. She's holding out in 6th, but I think she is leading that path in 6th. So she has Jarrett Metters and Vlad Tomanchuk behind, and also 28 and below just there constantly. Meanwhile, the gap is closing. 5/10 was the gap last time between our leader, Joshua Withcombe, who started on the front row. So top bend down the main straight. So there's a gap, just under half a second now. Jack West really trying to catch up here, with Archie Buttle just hanging into 3rd position. I think the 23 is slowly closing the gap as well. We'll keep an eye on the live timing screens as we carry on through. Meanwhile, we have lost 2 drivers in this race, and that's Lucas Howell and Will Swales. Lucas Howell at the start of the race, unfortunately, after going the wrong side of the sausage curb. So well under halfway past this race, and with the closing 4.5 odd minutes, we've still got plenty of action to come here. in this race, including Jack West creeping up to Joshua Witham. He is the fastest out there, 34.65. Currently 1.5 tenths quicker than the other drivers. And I say the other drivers, I mean the front driver. So Jack West only 2 tenths now behind Joshua Whitcomb. He is going to have to defend for this position, or does he swap and just hope he can catch back up again afterwards? Joshua Whitcomb is still leading the way, but there's not much of a gap left. A little bit further back, Ava Morris in a swarm here. 32 on the outside of the horseshoe. Tugs back in just before the right-hander. So Whitcomb just still holding on to this P1 as the midfield changes up a little bit. Ava Morris down a couple of positions here, but she is holding into that top 10 at the moment. Meanwhile, Jack West is just still trying to work his way towards and hopefully for him past the WC, but Whitcomb is defending strong here, coming down the main straight once again. Archie Butler with a good view of this. Are they playing the long game and waiting? Even though Jack West gets hints of gaps, they're not open enough, and well, just not open enough for him to try and make that overtake here as we go around the hairpin up towards the horseshoe. And around the horseshoe he goes. The gap just opens and closes constantly per corner, with just reaching the 2-minute mark. Two tenths is the gap. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. And Whitcomb still in control of this race as it stands. So around into the horseshoe we go. Still in the 34.8 region for times. The 23 is still ahead of the 84, Jasmine Taylor. And as we come down the main straight, so coming around the hairpin towards the horseshoe, it is still close between Joshua Whitcomb and Jack West. And also the same story between Edgecombe and Taylor as they're going around the right-hander. She's still looking for a chance here. Meanwhile, the top 10 is going strong. Speaking of going strong, is the battle between Joshua Whitcomb and Jack West. That he is constantly just trying to find that gap out there on circuit. And, well, will we see it? We've got 35 seconds to find out, plus a lap. So let's see how it goes. This 12-minute final, constant between these two and the midfields here and there. But at the moment, at this closing stage, it is all about the front. Who is going to be collecting more points at this final? We shall find out. So from Billy's we go. Meanwhile, Jasmine Taylor really down the inside. And she gets ahead of Billy Edgecombe through the S's as we were watching the front two. Speaking of the front two, Joshua Whitcomb defending hard as they go wide a little bit. And there's a change. Jack West's in lead. So whilst I get distracted by Jasmine Taylor, it seemed like Jack West had a hunch about it and went on to overtake as well. But is the WC going to battle it back again? It's the last lap. And it's going to be close between these two drivers here. Around Billy's we go. Billy Edgecombe trying to get ahead of Jasmine Taylor. She's defensive into Billy's. Oh, there's two places I got to keep an eye on. So down the back straight she goes. But back to the front. Jack West is still leading it. Side by side for Jasmine Taylor and Billy Edgecombe. Two battles I don't want to miss, but it looks like taking the checker flag, coming down the main straight, it will be right at the end of the race. Jack West that will take the checker flag, and well, here we are. Jasmine Taylor takes fourth. What a final battle there for the junior Rotax there. Jack West takes the checker flag and wins for the junior Rotax, and with a fast lap time of 34.65, gets that to Joshua Withcombe a very close second. Archie Buttle third, with Jasmine Taylor taking fourth. Billy Edgecombe fifth. Vlad Tomanchuk sixth. Jack Metter seventh. Mason Perrin eighth. Ava Morris rounds out in the top 10, with Ellis Snow being at that 10th position driver. Top novice is Aranis Sarkis in the number 56. He finished in P12, and it will be our top novice as long as everything gets finalised as it is. Don't forget, all these results are provisional until released a bit later on, after they've gone through scrutineering and the other bits that may follow. Will Swales and Lucas Howell are two DNFs in that race, unfortunately. But there we go. There's always chaos in the junior Rotax, and as such, well, that's what we got. Speaking of chaos, it's a big grid for the senior Rotax for round number 9, as we have 23 drivers out on circuit. And at the front row is Finn Smith and Rufus Flan, Tom Rotherham and Jamie Burt on the second row. Then we have Cameron Crockett on the third. Who's with him? Because it flicks all the time. Cameron Crockett and Evie Pillane on the third row. George Spilsbury and Arthur Thacker on the fourth row. Gino Cook and Zach Fletcher on the fifth and final row. So that is your top 10 in this format. Buzzy Wellesley 17th. So we're nearing the end here, and today it's been about 7 hours of commentary with a couple of delays. I was a bit premature to this screen. But yes, good action to come here yet from the seniors. We have 12 minutes, as always, from these drivers. So we shall see how this plays out shortly, as we just wait for them to come back. I think we're clear. Yes, we are clear, because they're coming out. Let's go for the formation lap then for the senior Rotax. Race 22 out of 24. Yes, I did math correctly. So then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for this race then here. So 12 minutes plus a lap. 22 drivers out onto the circuit. I always get faked out by the 23 drivers on the grid. So let's see how this one plays out, ladies and gentlemen. We still have 12 minutes in this race. Let's see if we'll be able to get going straight away. Let me dock the microphone in the stand, and let's get ready to see who ends out in front for this race. Obviously 12 minutes plus a lap, like I said. Brought to you by the Aussie Lemonade. Monster. That's what's fueling this last few races. But coming down the main straight then. And we are underway for the senior Rotax here, as they all plough into Billy's. Celebrations about Arthur Thacker in the background. So through the S's, it's side by side of 38 on the wrong side of the sausage curb. There's a bit going on at the back, where the 34 is as well. As we carry on through then. So, names on the left hand side of the screen, and let's get ready for who's leading this race. Well, it's our first poleman, Finn Smith, followed by Jamie Burt, Rufus Flan, Tom Rotherham, Evie Pillane, Arthur Thacker, Cameron Crockett, Elliot Thomas, Jack Maidman, Ryan Shepherd, and that is your top 10. And currently Aidan Pomeroy is our top novice here, as all of us are through. And it looks like we've lost Zach Fletcher on the opening lap here. So a minute in and chaos unfolds. The 27 is back out onto the field. Will get instantly lapped here. So Finn Smith still leads by 4/10 with Jamie Burt in second. Will he be able to catch up with Finn? We shall find out very shortly. And then Rufus Flan is holding off Rotherham, Poulain, Thacker, Crockett, and I think Maidment's in there as well with Thomas as 2. As the 88 has gone slow out there at a moment and has lost a few positions. So from the top bend down the main straight then. So many out there today. It's brilliant. I love seeing the big grids and it makes me work for it. I love commentating on big grids, so it's great to see. And we've got a spinner coming out of there. I think that might be... That is... Oh, I think it's got a 6-6. I think it's Jamie Bradfield, unfortunately. So Finn Smith still leads, but it's only by half a second here, as it is close for our top paying positions. As through the S we go, the 56 holding off at the 42. Poulain trying to keep ahead of Rotherham out there in these early stages. Rather random one. I see a hot air balloon right in the distance. It's like a little black dot. You can't see it on the YouTube live stream. Very random of me again. So into the S's, and that is where the 56 is still defending off the 42 as we plough through the rest of this race here. Around the S hairpin we go, and then towards the horseshoe. So coming on through. 25 Rufus Flan still there. Evie Poulain still in the top 4. 5th is right on Poulain here. The 42 trying to catch up. Arthur Thacker in the 6th, just watching this unfold ahead of him. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Still lots to play for as my voice disappears. As we go into how long the heats are normally, and there's 8 minutes left on the clock. As we near 4:45 here. So down the inside at Billy's goes the red and white. And that is the 38 on the 44. So that's George Spilsbury on Gino Cook. Going around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. It's all changing behind as well. As the 44, I think it's lost another position. I think Bertie Wellesley's in that mixer as well. As we come down the main straight though, Finn Smith leads by 8/10. So just under 9/10 of a gap. 0.88. As the 25 comfortable in the 3rd position, and Eva Poulain holding out in P4. So down the main straight. Finn Smith leads to Jamie Burt, Rufus Flan, Evie Poulain, Tom Rotherham, your top 5 unchanged. And it stays unchanged for your top 10. Not a lot of action and changes happening from these, as I think most of these are wanting to charge on down towards our top players. And that's our top 2. Is anybody going to be able to catch up with Finn Smith as we near below 6.5 minutes left on the race? As very close, sneaking down the inside of the 21 goes the 38 of George Spilsbury. So there'll be a change there between those two as the 62 is creeping onto the rear of Ryan Shepherd. That's Dan Milner. So into the hairpin, another change a bit further up the grid as it's a defensive line into the horseshoe. The 42 defending off the 56. Eva Pillane being defended by Tom Rotherham for another point playing position as we come down the main straight here. And there is no change. Well, there is that change, but no additional changes between those drivers. And we carry on. Finn Smith comfortable at the front there. As we are well below the halfway mark here. Right on the outside there, coming out of the horseshoe, the 21 ahead of the 62. As Finn goes over for another lap of this race here. Burt in second, Flan in third, Tom Rotherham fourth, Evie Pillane fifth, Arthur Thacker sixth, Jack Maidment seventh, Cameron Crockett eighth, George Spilsbury ninth, and then Dan Milner in the top 10. So 4 minutes 35 remain. Cameron Crockett still in the top 10. Evie Pillane still in the top 6. Starting to even out a little bit. Tom Rotherham's close to Rufus Flan. And is beside Rufus Flan and is ahead of Rufus Flan. As he timed that to perfection, coming around the horseshoe, sneaks ahead and now targeting down the 51 now. Catch up with Jamie Burt, and we shall see how it goes as we go under 4 minutes. Still much not happening at the front of the grid, but at the rear of the grid, there definitely is, as it is too wide between the 37 and the 66, I think that might have been. As we'll go around Billy's, through the S's, down the back straight, and it was, I believe it was the 66. His number was a bit damaged on the right-hand side where I normally read. And it is the 66 looking at the timing screens. So fastest lap is still Finn Smith with a 34.17. We've lost one driver in this race, which is Zach Fletcher. He had the best lap time of 1 minute 5. Top numbers at the moment is Zach Rowledge, currently in 12th position. But so far, top 7 is unchanged, top 10 is unchanged. And there's not much going on, but through down the inside goes the 14 on the 29. 25 even, so that's up into 4th. And Arthur Thacker up into P4. And has not been able to catch up to Finn Smith so far. The gap is 2.6 seconds. Nobody else has got close to that just yet. And Tom Rotherham hasn't been able to catch up to Jamie Burt in this last few stages. Jasmine Kaplan down in P20. So 1 minute 45 left on the clock. We only had one contact warning throughout this race, which was Gino Cook. That was set back at about 7 minutes ago, so quite early on in the race. But still yet nothing happening on track for the meantime. As Finn Smith slowly is actually catching up with our back markers here. Those 3 back markers currently battling out with each other. It's the 24, 77, and 20. As Emily Davison, Jasmine Kaplan, and James Becker. So we'll see how long it takes for him to get up. 1 minute remains, plus 1 lap. So we'll see if it will be action time for any of these drivers to push, as we've seen in the other classes here. A little bit further back, Arthur Thacker catching up to the 42, Tom Rotherham. Top bend, down the main straight we go. And that is another lap ready to go. 23 seconds remain. So that is, well, this lap plus 1 extra, as somebody was slow coming out of the horseshoe then, as we've had a spin down at the horseshoe. And someone's lost an exhaust. Well, it's still exhaust central today. So we're on to the last lap as Finn Smith, merging with the back markers, has taken the last lap. As we continue on through, it was the 77 who spun. Who is it with the exhaust? Because, well, I think that's the most common fault today. Meanwhile, from the right-hander we go towards the top bend. And then coming down to take the checkered flag in the mix of all of the back markers. It's a checkered flag, and that goes to Finn Smith, and led the way and by 2.9 seconds. It's thicking it with the midfield. So Jamie Burt will take second, Tom Rotherham third, Arthur Thacker fourth, Evie Pillane fifth, Jack Maidman sixth, Rufus Lyon seventh, Cameron Crockett eighth, George Spilsbury ninth, and then Dan Milner will round out your top 10. Top novice goes to Zach Rowledge, who ended up in P11. And if that stays, he will be our top novice for the senior Rotax today. And we lost, I believe, 2 drivers or 3 drivers. As Zach Fletcher, Ryan Shepard, and might be Bertie Wellesley as well, who left this race. And I believe Jasmine Kaplan and James Becker were just 2 of the lapped carts. Right then, so that is the end of the senior Rotax. Here is the grid for the next one. And well done, George, says Natalie Rainsbury. So here's the 177 and 177 Masters. And it's Ian Branfield and Ben Johnson on the front row. Ben Johnson, as I called him accidentally. Harrison Crook in third. Ben Mitch Hitch. As long as I don't say the other one. James Frost and Patrick Williams on the third row. Jason Bear and Robert Simpson on the fourth. And then Andy Ward gets his own row at the back. So that is the old grid for the 177 and 177 Masters. What a day it's been. It's been lovely. I see Spiros having his break. The chef, by the way, that is. So formation lap then for the 177 and 177 Masters. 9 normally hit the circuit, and we've only got 8. So Patrick, after the DNF last race out, he went from he went from second to midfield to DNF. So it's the drive for this final. I know he's going to be fairly determined, if I know him well, which I sort of do. Ben Johnson at the front with Ian Branfield. So towards the top end we go, and we'll get ready for the 177 and 177 Masters. Race 23 out of 24 today, as we come down the main straight. very slowly here. And we charge on. And we're underway for this race here. So down into Billy's we go. Round the outside it goes. Oh, then that's Harrison Crook into second. And it's Ian Branfield that leads the way. Patrick Williams-Rahag spun. One's off on the grass. And that's not the start that Patrick Williams-Rahag wanted. It's recovery drive now for him. Plenty of time to go. We've got 12 minutes on the clock. And let's see how it pans out for the rest of this one. So down the main straight we come. So it's Ian Branfield, Harrison Crook, Ben Johnson, James Frost, Robert Simpson, Jason Bear, Patrick Williams-Rahag, and then Andy Ward, then Patrick Williams-Rahag. Sorry, the timings didn't update because they hadn't passed the line yet. Harrison Crook already on the rear of the 46. As I go around the right-hander towards the top bend. We'll see if these two play the long game at the start here. So into Billy's we go. Down the inside maybe. Yes. Down the inside. Goes, I think that's Jason Bear and Robert Simpson. And that is indeed the 50 ahead of the 91. So a little change between those two as we've got pairs out there at the moment. Ian Branfield and Harrison Crook. Johnson Frost. And then we've got Simpson Bear. And then Ward Williams-Rahag. Making up names as we go along here this afternoon. Early evening. Staying here in 10 minutes of this race. 2 minutes in. And the early change was Jason Bear and Robert Simpson for those two positions there. So from the top bend down the main straight. As Ian Branfield has the fastest lap of a 36.10. But Harrison Crook is close behind, only 600ths behind in difference. So Ian's just slightly quicker at the moment. These two are one of the two quickest, well, they're the two quicker ones in our 177 and 177 Masters grid. And especially Harrison Crook shows it off when he starts from the back of the grid to the front. Ian Branfield, though, is the one holding suit and is just slightly and marginally quicker than Harrison Crook in this stage here. But Harrison Crook has a lot of late game pace that he brings out from nowhere. So I just watch this as it comes on through if he performs it at the most. So updates to the other bits of the grid. Patrick Williams-Rahag is up into 7th. And now charging down to Robert Simpson. And we come back up to the main top of the grid as the gap between Ian Branfield and Harrison Crook is 7/10. But I have a feeling Harrison Crook is holding back as 12 minutes is a long time. We're just about closing up to how long the heats normally are, which is 8 minutes. And then not long soon we'll get some action. It's rather spread here for the 177 and 177 Masters. So that gap is increasing between Ian Branfield and Harrison Crook. Nearing a second for a gap. So we'll see how that plays out. Ben Johnson in 3rd, James Frost in 4th. 5th, Jason Bear, Robert Simpson 6th. Williams-Rahag in 7th with Andy Ward at the back of this grid of 8 177s. Ian Branfield getting a thumbs up and a thumbs down from his mechanic. At the moment, it is an even playing field out there, as most of these drivers just waiting it out for the longer run here. I wonder who's going to be the first one to charge a bit further forward. Ian Branfield's been setting personal bests and race bests throughout this race here. So we shall see how it plays out, because he is charging away from Harrison Crook. The gap's been increasing between the two, which is going to make it a little bit harder for Harrison Crook if he waits too long, or that gap increases too much near the end. So halfway through this race then, like I said earlier, it's still an even playing field here. Ben Johnson, as obviously Ben Johnson, in third position still, as we go around Billy's and the S's, and James Frost in fourth, a little bit further behind Ben Johnson. So at the moment on our end, it is just a wait. So the gap 1.7 between Ian Branfield and Harrison Crook. Still at catching territory, as we've seen Harrison in the past close a 2-second gap stupidly quickly. So fastest lap is a 35.45. Still set by Ian Branfield. He's still setting those quick lap times here, as I think Harrison Crook settled for the moment. Still got under 4 minutes left to go, nearing the 3.5 mark. Patrick Williams-Rahag set his personal best last lap, and he's actually the closest to an overtake opportunity, and that is, I think, already happened. Yeah, it's already happened. He's already overtaken Robert Simpson. So Patrick charging as best he can to get there. 2 trophies up for grabs, I believe, today. Maybe, I believe, 1 per class. I think it might be 1 per class. Yeah. No, maybe 2 for them 177s, but Masters 1 trophy. So nearing 2 minutes left of this race, and it is very quiet on the overtaking front. Patrick Williams-Rahag is still charging down, but there is only 2 minutes remaining, so he is possibly going to get a top 5 for the race, but we will see in due course how that goes. After not the best starts, he is definitely determined. Ian Branfield still leading the way by 4.3 seconds, because I think Harrison Crook is about to have another mechanical DNF here. He is slow going around the horseshoe, and unfortunately I think his car has done it again. The pace is there, but unfortunately for Harrison Crook, the kart isn't. So Patrick Williams-Rahag is going to get that P5 via a mechanical, so possibly a P4 in this race. So he's got a minute to catch up. So that's 2 DNFs in this race, Andy Ward and then Harrison Crook. Such a shame, but that might be why Harrison's not caught up with Ian Branfield in this race. That means the gap is 7.9. Not the biggest yet, but the biggest so far. As I think his mechanics just told him, you're fine. Ben Johnson gets second now. Such a shame for Harrison Crook. It's been a finished DNF, finished DNF. And unfortunately, at the final, never going to get points on all the heats though, so still good points to possibly maintain and return that P1 in the championship, which Ben Johnson has, which is crazy. Ben Johnson was the only one to attend last round though, so that's why nobody else scored points, and he just straight up getting the maximum points that he can. So we are on the last lap here. Patrick Williams-Rahag, well, not on the last lap, penultimate lap. Patrick Williams-Rahag is 4 tenths behind Jason Bear. So is he going to be able to do it? He is in the top 3 for the 177s, which I think is just out of trophy range. So last lap is out for Ian Branfield. And then Ben Johnson next. 8.8 is the gap. I think that's the second biggest this round has seen. Patrick trying to get ahead now of Jason Bear. And he tried at Billy's, but overshot it a little bit. And it's just back once again. And it's, oh no, a mechanical DNF. His chain's jumped. Oh no. He's not happy. And checker flag, sorry. Wow, we're watching that happen, and Ian Branfield just takes a win. Ben Johnson, second position. Third goes James Frost. And fourth will be Jason Bear. Patrick Williams-Rahag clipped the curb, and I think that was just enough for his chain to jump. And unfortunately, it's either come off entirely or something, but such a shame. Such a strong race there near the end. Lost 3 drivers. Patrick Williams-Rahag right on the last lap, Harrison Crook on 17 laps, and then Andy Ward on 8 on lap 8 9 8 9 8. Patrick is still in his cart. I think he's just calming himself in his cart. Oh, bless him. I do feel for him. Right, Senior Blues next, because their camera woman is now on circuit once again. Someone's really charging down to the bottom. Let's go to the grid whilst we get a recovery here. So David Watts on pole with Anthony Cleal beside. Ooh, that could be spicy. Jerry Foster and then Steve Groves on the second row. David Waldron and Paul Alexander on row 3. Rob Mortimer and Robin Stollett-Stones on row 4. And then Alex Fortune and Mitchell Carpenter is your 5th row. And that rounds out your top 10 for this, for their race. So 1 recovery left to go. And 1 race left to go. Can't tell if Patrick was crying then. Oh, bless him. He's a sensitive soul. There he goes. Run, Forrest. So we're just waiting for them to fire up and then we'll be able to get underway with our final race of this round, and it is the Senior Blues, or the Formula Blues. It's the senior lot. So last 12 minutes of racing here. We are just nearing 13 minutes past 5. We should be done hopefully around about 5:30 today. We've been live for nearly 7.5 hours, so a long one today. And it just shows big grids, a few delays, especially at the start of the day, unfortunately, due to someone going through the fence. That was a good start to their day. But nevertheless, we've had a brilliant day's racing from all the classes. And it's been a scorcher all day today. 22 degrees last time we checked, and now it's still 22 degrees. Oh my God. Wowzers. Right then, so let's get ready for this race. It looks like we've got one slow at the back, so I don't know if we will be going ahead. So, coming down the main straight, let me dock the mic. So, from the top bend, down the main straight we come. And yes, we are going here. There's a few swarming left to right just as they come. As David Watts? Well, that's Paul Alexander. I was going to say. So a strong start here from a few of them and a slow start for the 50. So around the horseshoe we go, right-hander, and then towards the top bend we go. Names are on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream as per usual, and down comes your race leader at the moment, which is David Watts, followed by Anthony Cleal, Joey Foster, David Waldron, Rob Mortimer, Harry Smithson, Mitchell Carpenter, Michael Bell, Nigel Vickery, then David Goody. As we got a retirement at the exit of the S's, which is the number 9, I believe that might be. No, it's not the number 9. I think that'll be number 4 then, unfortunately. As we got one still going slow around, which is the 50. A couple of drivers still trying to get going, even though the race is fully underway here. So through the S's, down the back straight goes to the 16, ahead of the 5. So Harry Smithson up into 4th position, ahead of David Waldron. And as we still continue this race on, Still a lot more to come, as it looks like the 66 Joey Foster is sticking onto the rear of Anthony Cleal. Sounds like a familiar thing I said a bit earlier on today, and actually that feels like I said it on their third heat. So a repeat for our top three. Fourth is that 16 of Harry Smithson, who has been in that top playing position for a while. Well, I think he won the last race, if I believe correctly. I could be lying again, as I usually do. Let's check it out, which you can do if you're watching the live timing, all on the results page as well, which I was wrong. Not sure. But you can check out all the results on the results webpage for Alpha Timing, results.alphatiming.co.uk/CPKC. Meanwhile, though, the one is at threat from the 66. Anthony Cleal being challenged by Joey Foster going into the hairpin. Stays behind for the moment as we go around there towards the horseshoe. And then around the horseshoe we go towards the right-hander and then towards the top bend. Down the main straight we come, and we are ready for another lap here for the senior blues, for the Formula Blues here. Still unchanged for your top 9, but it's rather close in that midfield pack, and that's from 5th downwards, which is where David Waldron is holding the pack. So down the back straight they go, and it looks like Rob Mortimer might be having a attempt to make a gap open up. As we go towards the horseshoe, a little bit further back, I think there's been a switch, the 2 and the 42. There has indeed been a switch at the further back. Not watching that one. And that's that midfield pack staying underway. Meanwhile, the Joey Foster is ahead of Anthony Cleal, and the 16 of Harry Smithson stays ahead. And also the 51 still trying to open that gap through the S's. Oh, go the 66, 1 and 16. Commentating two lots of battles at random times. We're going to lose track. So it's staying the same at the minute at the horseshoe for the second downwards, but the 5 still defending off the 51 and then the number 2 as well. David Watts still leads to the 66th. Anthony Cleal 3rd. Harry Smithson 4th. Round the hairpin. Around Billy's through the S. That's a first. Down the back straight, the 66 pulling on the 1 slightly as looks like the 16 gone down the inside of the 1, is now ahead into 3rd position. And when is he going to be able to fight back? He does. He's trying again. Anthony Cleal really trying to get back at the 16, but at the moment he's staying behind. I'm not sure there's going to be a change as we go from the top bend down the main straight. Looks like someone's hit the the cones for the acceleration line. So around Billy's we go, through the S's and then down the back straight. So to the hairpin for the number 5 is just hanging out in P4. Meanwhile, our leader is coming over the line. He is not the quickest, but he has a lead at the moment, and that is 2.9 seconds. You've got a charging Harry Smithson, who is our fastest out there, 36.15. That is your current leader for current fastest driver out there, leading the fastest lap. Recovered a mistake. So far, still nothing. We're nearing the halfway mark of this race. And it's 4th that we are playing for here with the 5 and the 2. So what battle are we going to get between those two as we come towards the top bend here? So from the top bend, down the main straight we come. As a 5 tries to... Someone tried to... Not the 5, that's behind the number 2, which is the 51. Nigel Vickery trying to get ahead of Michael Bell here, trying to catch him off guard, but he skidded a bit too much and lost a little bit of time out there. But we are still going through this race here, and still nothing to change on the grid. We've lost 3 drivers so far in this race. It's Alex Fortune, Steve Groves and Joey Foster. They are the 3 that unfortunately DNF'd early doors. And not early doors is Joey Foster. He was running near the top of the grid. Oh no. Down the inside goes the 51 on the 2. Nigel Vickery getting ahead of Michael Bell. And that changes for those 2. So Vickery now to attack Waldron. Or is Bell going to try and get that place back? I'm sure it's going to be probably both of those choices. But with 4.5 minutes left, who knows? Who knows, who knows, who knows? At the back of the grid at the moment, it's David Goody and Paul Alexander. There's a 1 second gap between those 2. 2.7 gap is the lead for the moment. As we come down the main straight for our leader here. That midfield battle though between those 3 drivers might heat up again for the number 5, as Nigel Vickery is right behind now as we come down the main straight here. And is it going to be side by side? It is nose in. It's slightly side by side. Into Billy as we go. He's on the inside. He stays behind. And it is still Nigel Vickery behind through the S's. Down the back straight we go. He's a little bit slow out the S's. Which nearly invited Michael Bell. But Bell stays behind. Tries to get a nose in on the exit of the hairpin. And into the horseshoe. It stays as it was. So down the back straight goes our leader there. Harry Smithson, I think, is slowly closing that gap up. He is the quickest out there at the moment. But the gap is closing about a 10th ago. So we'll see how it plays out. As we've got yellow flags on the exit of the S's in the back straight. It looks like someone's possibly gone off. And I see a rogue wheel. That's random. So who have we lost? There's a rogue wheel just in the middle of the not of the actual circuit. It's off circuit. It's in the middle where the container is, and it's Nigel Vickery. That's a shame. He was fighting hard. Bit too hard for his wheel, though, I'm guessing. As the wheel has been recovered, and yeah, indeed it is. He has 3 wheels. Such a shame. He was in a good fighting position there, which now actually evens out the field, and now it's just the waiting game to see what happens between Harry Smithson and David Watts, because they're the only 2 at the moment that could have a battle at the end, and it's between the 5 and the 2 as well. Anthony Cleal in a very clean air position here. Let's see if he'll be able to charge towards it. Harry Smithson's done a 36.04. It's been a warm track today, so he's had some brilliant times out there today. But so far, it is the 36.04 for the Senior Blue final for Harry Smithson. As Bell starting to catch up to Waldron. And Smithson catching up to Watts. Under a second now that gap is. Only a few moments ago it was 2. So we shall see how this ends out. 40 seconds remains on the clock. So our leader's going over the line here, and I say leaders because it's under... Well, it's just over half a second now, this gap. So we are going to be looking at a battle at the end. The 16 of Smithson just having some late game power here. And pace. He's closed up massively going into the hairpin. Into the horseshoe once again. That's slightly opening the gap. But still... nothing of yet as they come towards one of the back markers here. That gap stays relative to how it was, and down the main straight he's right on the rear. What power we have on the last lap here. This is going to be last lap drama between Watts and Waldron. So into biddies we go. Smithson trying to get ahead of Watts. I think I said Waldron by accident, I meant Watts. Around the hairpin we go. It's close. It's side by side at the exit. The hairpin into the horseshoe. Watts has the advantage of the inside. And again at the right-hander. He defends into the right-hander as well. Top bend. And it's going to be close between the two of them. But down the main straight is side by side. Who's got the power? Oh, this is close. And it's David Watts by 0.03. What a close battle between these two at the end. I told you there'll be last lap drama. And where Smithson got that from is unreal. He closed a second lap really closely there at the end. David Waldron takes fourth. So let's give you an order then. It's David Watts, Harry Smithson, Anthony Cleal, David Waldron, Michael Bell, Rob Mortimer, Mitchell Carpenter, Paul Alexander, David Goody. Well, that rounds out your actual running... you're running 8. I think we lost David Goody, Nigel Vickery, Joey Foster, Steve Groves, and then Alex Fortune. But that is all she wrote. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end then for the Senior Blues. And actually, it's the end of the day. That is all we have for today. Over on Instagram will be the live trophy presentation. So make sure to go and check that out. That'll be probably in about half an hour's time. So go and check out at Clay Pigeon Kart Club for that one. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, that's all we got time for today. That is the end of the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships round 9. A very busy one. Big grids, big competition. And the most common fault today, exhausts. So hopefully we'll see you all next month. Don't forget, we will be live, obviously, for round number 10, the closing stage for the championship. One last race meeting to go before the end of the season. So we shall see you next month. Check the date out on the Clay Pigeon Kart Club website, www.claypigeonkartclub.com. But I've been Alex. I've been your commentator for today. The one-man show for nearly 8 hours on the day. Not all of that was commentated, but 8 hours. That's a long day. Right, we'll see you all next time. Thanks for watching. Thank you very much.